Alan Cohn, Don Gaston, for cooperating with this thing to the nth degree. They were in total accord with what Dave outlined.
I'm sure you've got.
Try to get through it as best we can. I'm very happy to be able to stay on with the Celtics and try to help them out as much as I possibly can. Sometimes it's been a long 13 years, and sometimes it's been a very slow 13 years. The last couple of years have been very tough on me, on my back and my body. It was very hard to deal with day in and day out, but unfortunately it all came down to this. I would like to play a little bit longer, maybe a year or two more, but there's just no way possible I was going to be able to do that. So today I'm retiring, and I'm still going to be around, but not in the capacity I once was. Hopefully I can do a good job or continue to do a good job for them. I'd like to take this time to thank all of our season ticket holders, all of our fans throughout my stay here, and I know they'll keep supporting the Celtics and show the loyalty, just like the players will. This is not a sad day. It's a very emotional day, but it's not really a sad day because I knew this day was going to come sometime, and I sort of prepared myself. But once you sign the papers and say you're retired, or once you get up here in front of these people, it's a little bit different. There's been a lot of speculation that they want me to come back and play home games. They want me to play a 42-game season, but that's not the way I approach things. I try to play every game, every minute. I just couldn't see myself doing that. Last year was a tough year because after surgery I came back, I felt very good, and I thought I was going to be able to play a lot of games, and it didn't turn out very well for me. So at this time, this is probably the best thing that possibly could happen to me. I'm excited to be going into a new life, but I'm going to miss this life. This is great. I've been on a high for 17 years. I've been playing basketball at a peak that not very many people be able to do. So I enjoyed it. I just didn't like the injuries that I had, but that goes with the territory. I had one injury I couldn't shake. I've had a lot of injuries throughout the years, but the back situation, I just could not shake it. It feels better now, but it's not going to be 100% ever again. So as far as I'm concerned, I gave my heart, my body, my soul to the Celtics, and hopefully we can continue to have a good relationship. I guess take a few questions and get out of here, then you guys will never have to bother me again.
Larry,
when did I make the final decision? I don't know. It's been in and out of my head for 3 months. I don't think there really was one day I really made it. My wife gave me her 2 cents worth a year ago, and I had to come back last year. If I felt good, I just had to try it again. I love to play basketball, so I came back. I got injured in December, and I thought it was from a spill that I took in practice. I got undercut one time, and from that point on, I really never recovered the way I wanted to. But coming back from summer, I felt great. I probably hadn't felt that good in years, so I had to give it another try. But making the final decision was just really, I guess, last night, early this morning, or a couple of days ago, whenever it was. But this is the final decision right here. When you come in front of all you guys and start talking about it, I think that puts a final stamp on it. And whatever you hear from now to next year or the next years or whatever, I will not be coming back to play basketball. I discussed it with my doctors, and they assured me that this is the right decision, and it's something that had to be done.
Larry, are you got to the
level that you're used to? With this amount of pain, would you have done it, or is this pain enough to drive?
This is enough. I had enough to last me a lifetime, and I can't shake it, and there's no way. I don't care if I can score 60 points a night. Once the pain goes from the back to the legs, it's pretty hard to deal with.
Larry, you had a special relationship with the game, a special relationship with the fans here in Boston. I'm sure you're going to miss all of that, but I'm sure it'll make you a decision. Figured out what you're probably going to miss the most and what's the most difficult part of the season.
Well, I think the competition every night. There's no question that I had a better rapport with our fans back when we was winning, because all I had to do is just mention one thing in the papers, and the next day when you go in there, they'd be up cheering the whole game. And that's what I'm going to miss the most, being able to say one thing or do one thing in the press to make a whole, all 15,000 people's react. I've done that a number of times, and usually when it happens, we win the games. So there's no question I'm going to miss them tremendously. But the competition, night in, night out, there was not a better feeling than going out there and playing against some of the best basketball players in the world and going home feeling like you did your job that night.
Yeah, this is official now. When do we see 33 raised for the rafters? Do you have any idea what we...
We haven't discussed that. Dave hit on it briefly yesterday, but we really haven't discussed that. I definitely want my number to go up in the old Boston Garden because it's a special place to me. We figured up I played over 1,100 games for the Celtics. It sounds like a lot of games, but I probably played that many in my backyard before I got here. So we haven't really touched on it. I think from here on out you'll hear more and more about it as the days go on.
All right, Max is going to inbound for the Celtics. Whoever catches that ball is going to have to put it right out. Max looking, loops it to Bird, a runner. It's good! It's good! And the Celtics win it! Bird hits and the Celtics win it! 103 to 101, a three-pointer by Larry Bird at the buzzer.
Unreal, baby.
Oh, my!
Unbelievable.
Right now, McDonald's is making something special for you every month. A burger above and beyond what's already on our menu. And it'll be big on taste. It's called McDonald's Burger of the Month. This month, get the mouth-watering double quarter pounder with cheese. A half pound of 100% pure beef piled high on a sesame seed bun. As for the next burger of the month, we'll be making it equally delicious. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
With each new day, you find a way to be your best.
Gillette Sensor for the closest, safest shave ever.
You know you gotta be a little better than the rest.
Only Sensor has spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to every detail of every face. Gillette Sensor. And now there's Gillette Aftershave Skin Conditioner. It moisturizes so your face feels comfortable all day.
Gillette, the best of men.
All across the country, excitement is growing for one of the biggest automotive events of the year, the National Eagle Sale at your Jeep and Eagle dealer, where you can lease or buy the all-new award-winning Eagle Vision. Get cashback savings when you lease or buy sporty Eagle Talent. And find great values on Eagle Summits. From L.A. to New York, it's the most exciting automotive event of the year. But you'd better hurry in, because a sale this exciting won't last long.
See your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest MVP sports store.
Celtics by 29. Here it comes to Bradley. They get it to Bird. Drives baseline. And he's fouled, and that's the
record. This thing really came on at the spur of the moment. In the last few days, the final decision was made, and I got to go home for my golf tournament tomorrow, so it was, and all the owners and coach and everybody else could come today, so we sort of just put it down here and went after it today, which I'm very happy they did, because I probably would have changed my mind in a couple of days.
Magic, no, he's team almost spilled the beans on Arsenio last week.
I don't think Magic knew for sure. There's no way he knew for sure because I didn't know when I was over there. But I think everybody sensed the way that I went about the games over there that it would probably be my last games because I really didn't care how much I played. I didn't really care about scoring. I just wanted to be a part of a great team, and I was, and I'm very happy for that. But no, I don't think Magic knew at all.
How much did that influence your decision to being part of the gold medal team and maybe putting you over the top in terms of not coming?
It didn't have any influence at all. I'm very happy that I had an opportunity to play for my country and win a gold medal, but it didn't have no bearing whatsoever. I think the second time I had a back problem last year, I told you guys last year if I had the same problems coming back, I wasn't going to play anymore. Whether you believe me or not, that was up to you. But I wasn't going to do the same things over and over and over to my back. I'm in a situation now where it feels pretty good and hopefully it'll get better, but I just couldn't continue doing that to my body. I've done it for 13, 15, 17 years now, and enough's enough.
Larry, a lot of people will remember the 12 minutes, that 12-minute quarter you would dominate that shootout. Is there any special quarter of a game that you will remember?
Well, they're not really quarters, but there's three things that me and my teammates have done throughout the years. One was I hit a three-pointer in Houston to put the game away. Chris Ford remembers that one because he been playing for so long, never won anything, so it was the first time he tasted victory. The second one was in Game 5 in '84 when I hit a turnaround on Magic after we got defeated by 30-some points in Game 3. We won that game to tie up 2-2 where we could have been swept that day. And in '86 when I was playing here against Houston Rockets in Game 6, I never quite had a feeling like that before in my life. I was so pumped up for that game that I think I hit my max right there because I never was fired up for a game like that one. I get fired up for every game. But I didn't play that well, but I know one thing. I came to play that day, and I'll never forget that, walking off that court when my heart was pounding so hard I thought I was having a heart attack. So I've never reached that milestone again, which I loved it, but I never got there again. That's why I kept wanting to win the next championship, to see if I was going to reach that max, because there's not a greater feeling than win a championship in your own building and walking off the court at the end.
Larry, what does it mean to be a Celtic?
Pardon?
What does it mean to be a Celtic?
Well, everybody else plays with all these other teams, and you know, they make a lot of money, and they always say they're very proud. But if you don't play for the Boston Celtics, you never played professional basketball. This is what basketball is all about. This is what every player in the world, whether they like it or not, this is what you strive for to be. You want to be a part of a family. You want to be a part of the team, and the only way you can get that is play for the Celtics. Not for a year, not for 2 years, but for a whole career. And there's just very few players that have been able to do that, and I'm very fortunate and very honored to be one of them.
Larry, 5 or 10 years from now, 20 years from now, what do you want them to be saying about you?
That he didn't gain as much weight as he thought he was going to. I don't know. That's a tough question. That question's been asked the past 17, 18 years. But the one thing that I know I did in my heart was when I played, I played as hard as I could. I wasn't going to let an injury stop me from diving on the floor to try to do everything that I was capable of doing to win a basketball game. And that's all I want to be remembered for it, because I think basketball is a business. And I always said it was a game, but I knew what I had to do every night. I had to compete at a high level. I had to play as well as I possibly could play. And that's what I tried to do. And I hope they remember me for that.
The last time you stepped on the court, they transferred the gold medal over you guys. You looked so proud at that time.
I was very proud. I didn't know if my career was over at that time, but I looked around and I smelled the roses. I was very proud. I haven't had an opportunity to play for my country in a long time, and I had an opportunity to do it, and it came at the end of my career. And yeah, you're right. I was very, very proud, and I wasn't representing anyone up there. I was just representing basketball, and that's what all of us was trying to do over there.
Was there also a fear, Larry, of you didn't want to go out like Julius Erving, maybe stay around a little too long too? It was tough for him.
That has no bearing. I make my own decisions, and if I was healthy this year and I knew I could help my team, and I don't care if it was just rebounding or just playing defense, I would have played. I love to play basketball. I still love to play basketball, but I'm not going to be able to do it. I thought Julius Erving went out in great style. He was a great leader for the NBA, and I thought he had a pretty good year. But the injuries got a hold of me, and I couldn't shake them. So it's a different situation. I could care less if you guys thought I stayed a couple years too long, or I should have stayed a couple more years. I make my own decisions, and I stick by them.
Larry, any regret that it won't be a final game and you can say goodbye to the fans, even though there'll be a Larry Bird night and they'll raise your number? But
that's good enough for me. I don't need all the fanfare. You go around and you see guys have final nights. You see guys play their final game. I never wanted no part of that. That never was my style. My style is to do the best I can. I don't like all this publicity, but I knew this day was going to come. I know they're going to have a night for me. It's something I have to do, and I have to do it for the fans. But my style is not to draw attention to myself. My style is to play basketball and win basketball games.
Larry, what do you think wasn't a sad day?
November and June?
Yes.
What will your daily life be between November and June now? How do you picture it?
Very boring. I'll be waiting for Dave to call me and give me directions on where to go and what to do. Like I said, I want to keep busy. I'm not the type of guy to sit around. So me and Dave's went over some things, and I got to stay busy. I don't want to sit around. I want to earn my money, and I want to work. And that's why I'm sticking with the Celtics, because great organization, and they're giving me an opportunity to go and do something that I think I'm going to be interested in doing. So I'll just be waiting for Dave to tell me which direction to go.
You said maintain a presence in Boston.
Yes, a couple months ago I was thinking about selling my house. I said if I retire, I'm going to sell my house. I cannot sell that house. That house has got more memories in it than anything or any car or anything I've ever had. I would hate to sell my house and see somebody go in there and not knowing the ups and downs that I had in that one place. So when I leave Boston, that house is going to stay there. I don't care if I live in it or not. But to me, that's a very special place, and you would not believe what went on in that house at times. That's why I wanted you in my house, because them walls talk.
Larry, is there any one person you think that you might miss most? You've had the opportunity to meet a lot of people.
Oh, I don't know. Of course, I'm gonna miss competing against Magic, but he wasn't around last year, and I'm gonna say today he's coming back next year. He didn't tell me that, but since he got me in trouble, I'm gonna get him in trouble. I don't know. Just the competition against everybody. There's so many great players out there, and playing against them day in and day out was just a natural high. But I'm going to miss all my teammates. There's no question about it. I think Robert Parrish is probably the greatest teammate that I ever played with. DJ was probably the best player I ever played with. Robert just done what he was supposed to do, never said a word about it. If he had to play 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever it took, very easy to get along with. Didn't care how many shots he took any particular night. But all of them. Go up and down the line. I've had some great teammates. Emil Carr was probably the funnest teammate I've ever had. He was a great enjoy to be around. That's probably when DJ retired, I understood it. When Emil retired, I didn't understand it because I wanted him to stick around another year or two. But there's been a lot of guys. Kevin McHale is the best inside player I've ever seen. I always disappointed that he didn't win the MVP award because I thought he had the talents to do it. But all of them are great. I'll be in here today. Kevin and Robert announced their retirement. Hopefully I'm still working with the Celtics, but they got some basketball left in them.
Do you expect to be as good as you turned out to be, or you know?
It didn't take me very long to realize that I was going to be a great player in this league. It didn't take very long at all. When I got in rookie camp, it didn't take long at all for me to realize that I can play with this competition. If you remember, I can remember my first day very clear when I went to Marshfield and played against Dave Counts, Tiny Archibald, M.L. Carr. It seemed like everybody showed up that one day to see how good I was going to be. And but the thing about it, I had Rick Roby guard me, so I thought I was going to be a little bit better than what I really was. But just the friendships you make over the years and playing against the competition, there's no better. Well, I don't think it's a relief. Like I say, emotionally it's very tough because I'm giving up something that I've been doing for a lot of years. I love to play basketball. I've always enjoyed practicing. I've always enjoyed trying to make myself better. It's something that I'm giving up. It's something I have to give up. But like I say, I'm looking forward to going the next step. I don't know how tough it's going to be to sit out of basketball. I've had a little taste of it because I haven't played that much in the last couple of years, but just getting away from it is going to be tough. There's no question about it. waking up in the morning knowing that I'm not going to be able to compete against somebody that night, it'll be tough. But it's an adjustment that will have to be made.
Cap, would you ever think about some of these we already distinguished on the football? Would you ever think about owning the Boston Celtics one day or being a part of
They didn't pay me enough money to own a team. If they did, I might. No, I look at these guys and I like them a lot better when we win championships. They're very pleased and going around. And when you win a championship, we win it as a group of people that was put together. And you go out and you compete. The fans get involved. And it's not just for the Boston. We got fans all over the world. I never really had a thought about owning a team, but I'm glad we have these owners. The Boston Celtics has made great strides in the last 10, 11 years. And it's because of these guys. And that's why I'm glad to be a part of it, because the Celtics are going to keep going up. Now what we have to do is win some championships and go from there.
Larry, you talked about playing through injuries over the years, because of big injury that you took. I'm curious if you felt betrayed by your own body. What was it like?
Not betrayed. Like I say, I put my body through living hell for 17 years. I played basketball one way, and that was as hard as I possibly could. Whether it was diving on the floor or getting in, throwing elbows, catching elbows. That's the way I played the game. I knew my body was going to go through a phase where it was going to have a lot of injuries. I'm really surprised I didn't have any major injuries earlier in my career. But I don't like to go out this way, but I have to go out and I have to quit playing. I don't feel betrayed, but I'm very happy with my body. My body's held up pretty well over the years. Like I said, I played over 1,100 basketball games in the NBA, and not very many players, no matter what caliber, are able to do that.
Larry, there's a lot of players, there's a lot of Celtics fans around town today who are very emotional. Any words of consolation for them?
Well, life goes on, and this has been a tough period for me too, and I'm going to miss them. There's no question about it. I'll still be around here more than you probably want me around. But Celtic basketball has been a great life for me. It's been I've been very fortunate to be on a team that cared about winning. I think the people in Boston understand the Celtics. We're looked upon as the leaders of this town because we have had success. But we don't stop there. We don't live on the past. We live for the future, and we got to get back winning championships. You can't cry around about one player. You got to go on. You got to try to find another player to replace him, and that will happen.
Larry, Dave said top 5 all time. Where do you think you fit in, and does that really matter?
That doesn't matter at all. I play basketball. That's up to you guys to discuss that. I had fun playing. I tried to play at a level where nobody else could play at. I did for a few years. My best year was the year that I think my best year was like in '88 when I started having ankle problems. I was playing very well, but once I started having ankle problems, the next year I just played 6 games. So I was at a level where I was going to keep going up and up and up. And then when the injuries hit me, everything started coming back down. I don't know where I'm at. It doesn't really matter. I just know that I played against some of the best basketball players in the world, and I did pretty fair against them.
Larry, Patrick Ewing said today he's going to miss busting your chops in the court, and it seems to be well. Who are you going to miss playing against the most?
Well, I don't know if it's one guy. Like I said, the competition's great every night. As far as Patrick, he's had 8 years to bust me, and he hasn't done it yet. So I couldn't stay around a lifetime and wait on him. But all of them, I never had a good relationship with other teams' players. I never was comfortable with doing that. But now that I know a few of the guys, it was fun to compete against them and talk to them a little bit. I'll miss all of them. There's no question about it. But there's not just one guy. There's a lot of guys. The best defensive player ever guarded me was Michael Cooper. I'll take that to my grave with me. He was a very intelligent defensive player. He's very focused, and it was great to play against him because I was at a level at that time I thought I was playing some great basketball, and he was able to guard me pretty well.
Larry,
I don't know. I really don't know. You know, you always say you want your kid to do what he wants to do, but I would enjoy if he got in sports and was able to go watch him play and see him compete, because I think sports are a great outlet for anyone. It seems like it takes all your problems away at times. I don't know what I'm going to tell him, but I think he'll be reading about it and he'll know by the time he gets old enough. But if he's got some questions, he can ask me, and I can sort of lie to him a little bit and tell him I was a lot better than what I really was.
Larry, as you leave here today, is there any work undone? You had such high goals for yourself. Is there anything that you leave behind that you didn't finish?
Well, when I first came to the Celtics, before I even played, I've always thought that I would win 5 championships. So no, my work's not done. But now I'm with Dave in the office. Maybe I can get them other 2 pretty quick. I always had this vision of winning 5 championships. And I thought it was a goal that I could obtain. I thought I could take my team to a level that we could compete for them. But we didn't do it. So, yeah, I got some things that are undone now, and I want to try to get back to where we once were. And it's not going to be easy, because nothing's easy in the NBA, but it's something that we can attain.
That hot shooting of the Celtics helps out there. Oh. And that is point number 10,000 as Larry Bird has gone over the mark. The Celtic players knew it.
That was awful quick, too. It didn't take him long.
Sure didn't. Just a little over 4 minutes. The 9th player has scored 10,000 points as a Boston Celtic. Take a look.
Buick LeSabre, the hottest selling full-size car in America. Chrysler, Ford, any of the imports would love to have their name on it. Now, get a loaded LeSabre for $1,500 less than Grand Marquis. What would it be, a Ford or a Buick? Buick, with one of the highest customer loyalties on earth. Buick is leading the way. Come into your key Buick dealers of New England now for the excellence of our cars and our service.
You know you always get a great price at Lechmere, right?
Let's say you find the same item.
The same item at a lower price someplace else. Well, if you did just happen to see a lower price. Are you kidding?
They will make up the difference. Lechmere will give you the difference.
Wait. 10% more.
So that's 10% of the difference on top of the difference.
You get the difference back.
Plus 10%.
So how can you go wrong?
Lechmere, you can't go wrong unless you go somewhere else.
And how are we today? Oh, busy, yeah? Tell me about it. Have you been flossing? Well, rubber tipping's not a substitute for flossing. You have to make the time, at least twice a day. You know the drill. Sorry, just a little dentist humor there.
How does a dentist keep the conversation going?
You're fine. You're all set.
Cellular One. It's the one for business. Any business.
Well, you're thinking about where to get sneakers. Think about this. We took all the sneakers from just one Bob's store and put a pair on every seat. And filled Fenway Park! Hey, you get the picture? For men's, ladies, and kids' sneakers at excellent prices. Just do what the music tells you.
Let's go down to Bob's.
DJ again to make the inbounds pass to double team and Bird. Larry fake, fall away. Hits it at the buzzer! All right! Unbelievable.
That is just unbelievable.
There's nothing greater than having 15,000 people cheering for you and your team. I get emotional when I think about the fans, because I can remember sitting with DJ on the bench a lot of times, and the game would be over, and we'd be sitting there, and there'd be about 30 seconds to go in the game, and I look at DJ and I say, I cannot believe this many people would come out here and watch us play basketball. That was always mind-boggling to me. It still is. Walk into an arena and see 15, 16,000 people. I never could understand that. I never will understand that, but I thank them from the bottom of my heart for doing it, because it made my game a lot easier. When they start chanting, when they start hollering, for some reason, inside my body, I don't know what would happen, but I go to the next level. I could take my game to the next level just off the roar of the crowd, And I'd done it numerous of times in the Garden. That's why I used to go to them a lot and say, hey, let's get it fired up in here, because I knew once I got out there, my game would go to the next level. Well, not really. There really wasn't a turning point. It was just the pounding and the pain that I've had over the last 2 years, and that's when the decision came. I was very disappointed in Portland. I was in great shape. I feel like running all day. I worked out very hard, and I got there and I played one game. And I can remember sitting in my hotel room after, I think it was about 3 days I missed. I said, God, if you let me get through this, I won't play no more. I thought maybe I could lie to him a little bit and try to continue, but I think the best for me is just get away while I feel good. Because I know if I started practicing every day and started going, it would start getting sore and the same things would happen over and over. But now I'm out and I feel pretty good. I think that it'll continue to heal a little bit and get a little bit better, but it'll never be like it once was.
Larry, few people have ever been at a level in fans' minds of being able to do it. Were you aware of it at the time, and did it really add a lot of pressure to your life in the day-to-day?
Not really. Like I say, I live my life the way I think I should live it. I don't try to do a lot of stupid things. I know I've done a lot of unordinary things that probably shouldn't have done, but I still got to live my life. I really don't worry about what other people say about me. I came from a small town. I wanted to play basketball. I went to college. I had an opportunity to go to the professional league. Did very well. So I'm very proud of the things that I've accomplished. But I can't worry about what other people think of me. I'm very gratified that they hold me in high esteem. But I'm not the greatest role model in the world, but I always felt very honored that the Boston fans supported this. And Boston is my home. I live here. I go home in the summers. I don't want to live there in the wintertime. So yeah, I'm Boston people might hold me up here, but still, I'm just a regular guy. I play basketball for a living, and they liked how I played, so they supported me. But I really don't get into that too much. I really don't know how to answer it, but I'm just glad that they hold me in high esteem because I hold them very high too.
Larry, there are two big team rivalries, Philadelphia and we started here in L.A. Could you just talk about what the...
Well, Philadelphia was the best because we played against them, 6 times a year. Playing against Dr. J and Bobby Jones and Caldwell Jones, all of them. Back when I was younger, we had great teams. They had great teams. The Lakers, we just played against them a couple times a year, but once we got the opportunity to play against them, it was like we took it to another level. They took it to another level. I always felt the East Coast was a lot tougher than the West Coast. They always had the easy road to the finals, and we'd be beat up from Philadelphia, or Philadelphia would be beat up because they played us. So I think Philadelphia was the big rivalry. It don't have the same effect now when we play them, but when Dr. J and Julius and Bobby and all of them were playing, it meant a great deal. It was a big-time game. But the Lakers, when you played them once or twice a year, it didn't have the same meaning until you got to the finals.
Larry, being in the grassy shape, help save the NBA. Do you believe that?
I don't believe that at all. I think we was very lucky we came into the time we did. I don't believe all that. I'm sure that we had a little bit of effect, but saving the whole league, no, I don't believe at all. To have a league like we have, it takes a lot of people to put it together, a lot of sharp minds to go out, advertise it. You put Magic on the West, me on the East, yeah, that might have a little effect, but to save the whole league, no. I think David Stern's done a great job. I think we've got great owners. I think the main thing is that back when I first came in the league, you hear about drug problems all the time. You don't hear about that hardly anymore. They cleaned up our league. We got a great image. We're going higher and higher every year. We got stability in our ownerships and everything. It wasn't just 2 guys. It was a lot of people.
You can't deny your impact there.
Well, like I say, yeah, we might have had a little bit to do with it, but there's a lot of people that had a lot to do with it. A lot of behind-the-scenes work that you have no idea how hard these people worked. I think the commissioner came in. He put a good group of people together. They had a game plan. They stuck with it. They've done very well. The owners came in, did all their work. And like I said, we got great stability now. We got great owners and all throughout the league.
Is there any way that you can compare the feeling of being on the gold medal stand, how you felt then with how you feel now?
Well, it's a different feeling. This is a lot tougher. There's no question about it. The gold medal, yes, I knew I was going to win that. I knew we had the team that was going to win that. This is something that happens once. Of course, the gold medal happens only once, but this is a completely different feeling. You can get up here and you can show tears. The tears and all that was last night. I knew how tough it was going to be. You got to try to live through this. I'm not going to really be too emotional today because I'd done that last night when I had time to think about it. But it's I didn't ever want this day to come, but it's here, so I got to deal with it now.
Captain Dream Team took a lot of flack for everything that they didn't do, but there were some special relationships that were made with those guys. What do you leave from that memory, and Magic particularly?
Well, there's a lot of memories. You know, just being around the guys day in, day out, you get a better idea of what kind of person they are, how they go about preparing themselves for games. You know, you can stand here all day talking about it, but it was just a special moment. My role in that team was just to go out there and keep things moving, pass the basketball. I didn't need to score. We had scores. I needed to rebound, try to play good defense, and keep the ball moving. I think that playing with Magic was great. Playing with Michael was great. Playing with Patrick, all of them. It was just an experience that I'll never have again. And that's why I was sort of savoring the moment when I was with him.
16 fouls, second foul on Roger.
A couple of the practices were, but we never practiced the last 2 weeks. You know, I was looking forward to practicing some, but I gained my usual 10 pounds by laying around over there. So I was looking forward to the practice. I just wish they would let the media in for that. That was great. Watching the guys go after each other. It wasn't just talking. It was a lot of bumping, pushing. And a couple of times I thought there was going to be some fights. So it was a lot of fun to watch that.
There are a lot of people, I think, that envy the experiences that you've had, the life that you've lived, even with the pain that you're in, that you're a lucky guy.
Greatest life in the world. I always said basketball is the easiest thing to do. If you know how to play, it's the easiest thing in the world. I never had no qualms about my job because I knew I had the greatest job. Like I always said, we stayed in the greatest hotels. We fly charters now. We get paid large sums of money. You get to play in front of packed houses every night, and you play against the best competition in the world. So don't feel sorry for me. I had a great life, and my life's going to continue, I hope. But last 17 years was nothing but highs.
All right, here's Dennis. Gets it into Bird. Larry, a runner. Got it! Ball game's over. Boston wins.
At BP, we've just released a brand new choice in gasoline. A gasoline with the improved level of 93 octane. For some cars that...
Ed Lacerte told me one time that he said, "You ever think this might be your final game?" And I said, "Yeah, but I don't think on it too long." And looking back, I'm just glad I took time to look around.
Larry, can you look back at the first championship in '81, especially that Game 7?
Philadelphia? Well, it was our first really taste of success in the playoffs since I was here. It was, you know, '81. Philadelphia defeated us in 5 games my first year. Coming back 3-1 was something else. It was a great feeling. It was a feeling that I wanted to have year after year after year. But I always thought that when the fans mob the court, it takes something away because you like to go out there and tell them thank you, you know, for supporting you all year. That day I had no clue that was going to happen. It sort of took me by surprise.
You didn't want to come here originally, or
you know better than that. Like I say, when you negotiate things said, I had no clue that Boston was like this. When I was in college, I never read anything about the Boston Celtics. I knew they won a lot of championships. Mr. Wolf was negotiating for me. I went back to college. I didn't know there was a big uproar out here. I thought everything was just normal until I got out here. I had no clue what was going on out here. All I did in Indiana was play basketball and go home, and nobody bothered me. And I thought it was going to be the same way out here until I got here. It all took me by surprise, and I heard everybody talking about they had all your scores and how you did in the paper from the games before. And so I got a little scared because I was afraid I was going to disappoint some people. But after I played in rookie camp the first week, I knew I wasn't going to have any problems.
When did you think you first came to understand the Celtic tradition and all that?
It didn't take long. I started reading books and trying to get myself acquainted to all of it. I knew they won a lot of championships, but I didn't know they had such a tight, close-knit family here. When I came here, they just won in 28 and 29 games, but still they had visions of winning championship. That's all they talk about around here. They don't talk about coming in second or have a good year because you came in third. You win. And that's all they cared about, and that's all I cared about. So we got along fine. But I had no clue what I was getting myself into, and I'm glad I didn't know because I might have put added pressure on myself.
As a member of the front office, how far away is this team without Larry Bird?
I don't know. I really don't know. We got some great players. I just hope D. Brown stays healthy this year. You know, health is always an issue. If the guys can stay healthy. D, you gonna stay healthy this year? But everybody. I mean, if the guy last year, if you seen D in exhibition, I thought he was unbelievable, and just too bad he had an unfortunate injury. But Reggie Lewis, all the guys. I mean, they got some great talent. Now we just got to go to the next level.
Larry, if I remember correctly, the day before signing, you turned away. Robinson trying to go back. Good job by Baker.
If I had a healthy back right now, I'd play for nothing. It's not that big of a deal, but I tell you, I've been very fortunate over the years. I've paid a lot of money to play a sport that I loved. And like I said, I'm very fortunate to have the owners that we have because they know what they're doing. I was always a guy that said, if they pay me $1 million a year, I hope they make $10 million a year because they deserve to. We're very fortunate. All of us athletes are very fortunate. But no, I wouldn't have played for nothing. But I tell you, I've been very honored to be a part of all this.
Is this harder than you thought it would be, this part of it?
Not really. It's a little bit easier. Listen to Dave talk. You could break down any time, but the reason I get up here and try to make jokes is to keep myself from crying. And I'm not going to cry today. That's why my wife didn't come, because she's afraid she's going to cry. So this is a very, very special day for me because really I say that the emotional part of it is going to be over with. I can get on with my life and try to do the things that I do best. And that's use my mind to help Dave think a little bit because I know he needs the help. But other than that, we can get on with our lives. Right, David?
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Some of the folks will be available to you for a few moments after the kind of formal part of this. I know this next step may be a little unusual, but if we could just take a couple of minutes. We've got some champagne, and I know it's a little unusual to ask the media to join us in a toast to this unusual player, but I would like to respectfully ask you to do so. So if we could just take a couple of minutes and ask the folks to circulate those glasses again, and I will try to fill the gap by telling you a couple of things you may want to ask individually later. Obviously, the decision has already been made to retire Larry's uniform number. We are not yet knowing what the date of that will be, but we have made the decision that because of the unusual nature of Larry's career, that we will have a special night for Larry in the Boston Garden with the season ticket holders being offered their seats, the proceeds to go to charity but not built around a game. And we intend to have a very special celebration in honor of Larry, one that we would not be able to do if we were confined to the halftime of a game only. And as soon as we get that date locked down in the future, we'll obviously communicate to you. I will just anticipate a couple of questions you might have of me from a business standpoint. There was never really, as Larry said, any discussion about Larry playing anything other than 82 games. I know that's been bandied around a little bit, but those of you who know Larry and saw him up here a few minutes ago know that that's not something that would be acceptable to him and not acceptable to the club as well. And lastly, I've heard also bandied about that somehow the timing of Larry's decision was going to tie in with the Celtics season ticket offering, and that is really such a disservice to Larry Bird. I will make a public statement today that that was never weighed. The only thing that was weighed was whenever Larry wanted to make that decision, that was good for us. And if there is any season ticket holder, the Boston Celtics, that feels that they were deceived in any way, I'll make the statement today that we will refund their money in total for the 1992-93 season that's about to begin. And with that, Larry needs some champagne.
How about a beer?
I guess we haven't gotten to everybody, maybe we can't, but for those of you who do have, and for those of you who don't, symbolically, I would like to offer a toast to one of the greatest basketball players in the history of the game and one of the greatest Celtics ever. Captain. Yeah.
Takes a wish, Parrish to rebound, outlet to Bird, Larry, good save to Ames, right to McHale. Bird, the follow, yeah! Larry Bird has tied the Celtic all-time playoff record, 20 points in a quarter, and the Hawks want time.
Right now, McDonald's is making every month more interesting. How? By offering you the big taste of a different burger every month. And we're calling it Burger of the Month. This month, it's the double quarter pounder with cheese. A half pound of 100% pure beef taste. Enjoy one today in an extra value meal with the Coke Classic. So hurry on down to McDonald's for your Burger of the Month. And next month, there'll be another delicious one waiting. See you then. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
In Newton, my friends call me the bargain hunter. I picked up $500 designer outfits for $100. So after I looked around, and I really looked, I found an incredible value. The 1993 Geo Prism. It looks like a baby Lexus. It's got a quiet interior, standard driver's side airbag, and more. The price? Starting at only $9,995. It's a lot of car for the money. Hey, it's all in knowing where to shop.
Get to know the newest Geo today at your neighborhood Chevrolet Geo dealer.
We know we see all the men you have to be, just how much you give, all the lives you live, we'll be there. We understand all it means to be a man. We're showing you the way to get better every day. Gillette, the best the man can get.
Gillette sensor technology revolutionized shaving. Now we're introducing the Gillette series, a line of high-performance shaving, aftershave, and deodorant products with an exhilarating new fragrance to help every man look, feel, and be his best.
So you're the best you can be for all the world to see. Gillette, the best the man can get.
The Gillette series, together with Gillette Sensor, is redefining men's grooming.
So it was a sad day in the middle of August when Larry Bird announced he would no longer play for the Boston Celtics, and immediately plans began for a special retirement ceremony. It wasn't too long after that press conference that the Celtics announced that Larry Bird's number would indeed be retired at a special ceremony at the Boston Garden, and that is what's coming up next. So sit back and relax. Coming at you next here on Sports Channel, Larry Bird Night from the Boston Garden.
Sports Channel's tribute to Larry Bird Night is brought to you by McDonald's. What you want is what you get. By BP Oil, on the move with their network of New England distributors. By Chevy of New England. See your neighborhood Chevy dealer today. By NYNEX Meridian Systems, telephone systems for business. By Starter Sportswear. Look for the stars and you'll find Starter. And by your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer, where you can get the advantage.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dave Gavitt.
This is worse than waiting for Game 7, isn't it, huh? On behalf of the Boston Celtics, I want to welcome all of you to a unique evening for a very unique player. It's absolutely great to see such a huge crowd here tonight. And you need to know that all of the net proceeds of this evening are going to benefit Boston area charities that'll be selected by Larry and another group of committee. Tonight we celebrate a great player's career, but in a special way we celebrate the special love affair that existed between him and the fans who are here in this building. Larry's one request from last August was, he said, whatever we do, I want it to be a very special night for the fans. I need to give back to them everything they gave me for 13 years. With that request in mind, the Celtics, and with the help of NBA Entertainment, have tried our very best, with the help of some very important sponsors. The presenting sponsor, John Hancock, the Bank of Boston, General Mills, and Miller Lite, not only to put together a unique gift bag that I'm afraid held you up a little bit coming in, but I want you to know that every item in that gift bag cannot be bought anywhere. Only those of you here tonight will have those items. And in a special way tonight, this is a Celtic family reunion as well. The tradition and the pride that Red Auerbach started 40 years ago are present in this building tonight. They're present with members of our championship team. They're present with so many members of our former teams, players who have had their numbers retired. And in many ways, the time and place that Larry Bird played in, of the greatest popularity ever of the NBA worldwide, of television on every game, of network coverage, and of sellout crowds for 13 years, was made possible by those who went before him. He appreciates that, and we appreciate that, and I know you appreciate that. Larry Bird played his game as hard and as well as any athlete who's ever played it. And tonight, I'm very privileged and proud to present to you a man who has no equals in his profession. And we are very pleased and privileged that he's chosen to be with us tonight, donating his time for the benefit of these charities. Sportscaster of the Year, innumerable times, he comes to us tonight fresh from the Super Bowl to host tonight's celebration. Please welcome the anchor of NBA basketball on NBC and this country's premier sports announcer, Bob Costas.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Boy, if this is what I get, what are you saving for Larry? I have just returned from the Super Bowl. Buffalo and Dallas, one city that lost an NBA franchise, another that wishes it could. It's a small attempt at humor, Mr. Commissioner. We are here tonight to honor a man whose feats on the basketball court are simply the stuff of legend. For years to come, they will be the subject of conversations that begin with the words, "Remember when?" Remember when Bird stole the ball against the Pistons? Remember the duel with Dominique in Game 7 in '88? Remember the three-pointer that finished Houston in '81? Throughout the history of the NBA, there have been players who were great at one aspect of the game. deadly shooters, outstanding ball hawks or shot blockers and so forth. There have also been some, although far fewer in number, who were outstanding multi-dimensional players. But Larry Bird is one of only a handful of NBA stars who excelled in every facet of the game: shooting, passing, rebounding, defending. And we expected it of him. We expected him to always do everything well. We expected him to hit his shots, to grab his rebounds, to pile up his assists. But it was the extraordinary measure of the man that, despite the unusually high standards we judged him by, he so regularly exceeded those expectations. He had the ability to lift his game to an even higher level just when his team needed it the most. And that's what defines greatness in any athlete. Not just the ability to pile up numbers, but the ability to come through in the clutch and under pressure. He had a quality that went beyond his skills. He was a winner. He was a champion. In this, Larry Bird was a true Boston Celtic. From the moment he first donned the uniform, he became one with Cousy and Russell and Jones and Havlicek and Heinsohn. And he helped his teams add 3 more banners to the rafters up above. So tonight, we'll spend an evening with Larry Bird, the man and the legend. We'll talk with Larry and relive some of the great moments of his career on video. And we'll also be joined by other members of the Celtic family to talk over old times and share some special memories. It's appropriate that Dave Gavitt should speak about the Celtic family, because family is the most important element in Larry Bird's life. So now let's take a moment to meet some of the members of Larry's family who are with us tonight. Beginning with his brothers, Joe Bird. Joe, stand up. He's not here, or there's no Joe Bird? There's no Joe Bird? Well, we know it's Larry, Joe. We know that. The historian's doing a crack job putting the name of a non-existent brother on the list. Are Morris, Myron, or Irv Bird here? No? I am praying that someone named Eddie Bird is here tonight. Eddie Bird, right there. Mike Bird. Mark Bird. Not to be confused with Mark the Bird Fidrich. And now that leaves me with a brother whose name isn't Joe Bird. Jeff Bird. There you go. Larry's sister, Linda Goggenauer. And Larry's mother, Georgia. Of course, Larry's wife, Dinah, is here, along with son, Connor. There you go, there's Connor. Who should be available in what, the year 2010, somewhere thereabouts? And only in recent days, a new member was added to the Bird family with the arrival of daughter Mariah in the Bird household, and we're very happy about that. And now let's meet some of the members of Larry's second family, his Celtics teammates over the years. They have come from all over the country to be here with Larry Bird tonight. We'll start by welcoming those who had the shortest trip. Some of the players from this year's edition of the Boston Celtics. Andy Jeck will do the honors. Andy.
Head coach Chris Ford. Assistant coach Don Casey. Assistant coach John Jennings. Trainer Ed Lacerte. Equipment manager and traveling secretary Wayne LeBeau. Lorenzo Williams. Marcus Webb. John Bagley. Ed Pinckney. Rick Fox. Ala Abdel Nabi. Joe Klein. Sherman Douglas. Xavier McDaniel. Kevin Gamble. D. Brown. Robert Parrish. Reggie Lewis.
Folks, we'll hear from Robert Parrish and Kevin McHale a bit later, but right now I'd like to ask Reggie Lewis and Chris Ford to join us up here on stage. And Larry's mom and wife Dinah, along with son Connor, if you can bring him up. We'd like all of you on stage right now, if you could. They told me that they wanted a quick comment from you, and they wanted to know what Larry was like as a kid.
He was a great little boy.
And that sums it up. Now, Reggie and Chris have gifts they would like to present to Georgia and Dinah.
A little memento from the Celtics. Hopefully you wear it very close to your heart.
It'll watch for Connor. Okay. Watch for Connor. I'm sure he'll enjoy it once he gets much older to wear it.
Oh, thank you. It's beautiful.
Dinah, thank you very much for everything. And hopefully you wear it close to your heart. Thank you.
has come down to this fifth and deciding game between the Celtics and the Pacers. Bird is hurt. Bird is down, and he's hurt. And Larry Bird is headed directly to the locker room.
He is a leader. He is a leader of the Celtics, and he will be until he retires.
Monique trying to dish it off. Bird saves it. Oh, what a pass by Bird. Larry's open. 1, 3. Yeah! By Bagley. Bird behind the back Drop one here quickly. 14. This is a tie for the money.
Here's Dennis, gets it in the Bird. Larry, a runner. Got it! Ball game's over. Boston wins.
Larry Bird never quits and never says die. He always feels that he has a chance to win the game.
Double team at Bird. Larry, fake, fall away. Hits it! All right! 2 seconds left. The Bullets by 1. Aims to Bird. He gets a good shot, and the Celtics win it. Incredible.
Larry always said that. I want it. Besides, everybody in the building knew who the ball was going to anyway.
2-point Maverick lead.
Bird's the man they want to have it. Yes, indeed.
Bird for 3. Yes! Larry Bird for 3 with 4 seconds to go. What can you say about Larry Bird?
The thing is, one thing to know where it's going, but it's another thing to stop it.
Larry tries to fight his way through with Barkley all over him. They're not going to call a foul. It goes to Bird. He's open. Got it at the buzzer.
I look at people like McCarthy, who the war happens, and General Patton. There's a war for them to shine in. Larry was born to play basketball.
BP's research and testing tends to leave an impression on most visitors.
4th floor, aviation fuel research. 6th floor, marine fuel testing.
And we put this research to use in a very practical place. Your local BP station.
Pizza for Todd King.
Top floor. Top floor, space research.
BP, on the move.
Breakthroughs in technology have made it possible for automotive designers to create for the driver one of the safest environments ever. At Eagle, we've taken that technology and moved it a little to the right. Introducing Vision from Eagle with standard drivers and passenger side airbags. See one today at your Jeep and Eagle dealer.
Get the advantage at your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest Olympia sports store. Get ready for more National Hockey League excitement when the Hartford Whalers play on Sports Channel. Watch the Whalers go head-to-head with the best in the NHL. The Sabres challenge the Whalers Wednesday at 7:30. Watch Sports Channel for live coverage of the Boston Celtics as they take to the road to face the NBA's best. The Celtics, both home and on the road, are on Sports Channel. The Green land in Houston, Thursday at 8:30.
The Celtics may be on the road, but the game is still on Sports Channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first of many times tonight, Larry Bird. Now, Larry is going to make a more formal address to all of you right at the end of the proceedings tonight, but we're kind of breaking his career up into segments. First couple of years with the Celtics, capped by the championship in '81, then we'll move through the championship in '84, '86, and so on. So in between, in each of these segments, we'll have a chance to talk a little bit with Larry, beginning right now. This seems like a perfect night. I mean, except for the fact that Bill Lambier couldn't be here.
That's true. I wish he was here tonight.
What would you tell him if he was?
We would probably hang him up with my my number.
When you got here out of Indiana State, there's a story about when it dawned on you that you could be more than just a very good player, but you could be somebody who really mattered in the history of this league.
Well, we was practicing in Marshfield, and it's really not a fair story, because we was practicing in Marshfield, the rookies and some of the veterans came down, and the first day we played, and Emil Carr was guarding me, and it was tough, and you know, it's a typical rookie thing. But the next day, Rick Roby guarded me. And when Rick was defending me, and that night I knew I was going to be a great player.
What kind of sense of the Celtic tradition did you have when you first got here, and what you were heir to?
Well, I really didn't know much about the Boston Celtics. Of course, I knew they won a lot of championships, but I've never been in Boston, never had a feel for what they was all about. until I got to the Marshfield camp and I seen over 2,000 people come in and watch us play. Then all of a sudden I got here and I heard that you're not supposed to wear the uniform unless you're playing in the game. And that right there showed me a lot of class, because if you're not playing in the game, don't wear the uniform. If you're playing and you put the uniform on, you better play and you better wear it proudly.
This would seem then to be an appropriate point to take a look at some of the legends who created the Celtics winning tradition, the tradition that Larry and his teammates carried on.
Introducing a revolutionary new form of antiperspirant protection. Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. Because it's a clear, clean, powerful gel, it goes on smoothly with no white residue to form an invisible barrier of protection. All-day protection against both wetness and odor. New Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. One of the advanced deodorants and antiperspirants in the Gillette series.
Right now, McDonald's is making every month more interesting. How? By offering you the big taste of a different burger every month. And we're calling it Burger of the Month. This month, it's the double quarter pounder with cheese. A half pound of 100% pure beef taste. Enjoy one today in an extra value meal with the Coke Classic. So hurry on down to McDonald's for your Burger of the Month. And next month, there'll be another delicious one waiting. See you then. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
When I finally put enough cash together for my first car, I didn't want one. I wanted a truck. And the 93 Chevy S10 pickup with the Tahoe package was the only one for me. It ain't no toy truck. It's got a 2.8-liter V6 engine, an AM/FM stereo cassette, rally wheels, and more. And a bed plenty big enough for a tailgate party at a Patriots game. I got all this for around $9 grand. So if you're looking for your first new car, don't. Get a truck.
See the truck more first-time buyers choose at your neighborhood Chevrolet dealer.
Simply the best.
Many of the people you just saw in that video have made the trip from various parts of the country to be here tonight. Some, like KC, whom you saw in the video, don't think we've overlooked them. They come later in the program. But there are some we'd like to introduce to you now and have you express your appreciation for them. He averaged 18.6 points a game over 9 seasons, won 427 NBA games as a coach, all of them with the Boston Celtics. Tommy Heinsohn. This guy played 13 seasons for the Celtics and came away with 8 championship rings. He was one of the greatest defensive players of his or any day. The NBA's director of player programs these days, Satch Sanders. Satch? This next player is one of the unique stories in basketball, an undersized center who regularly either held his own with or outplayed the likes of Kareem and Wilt and Willis and Lanier with speed and hustle and competitive fire. Dave Cowens. Dave? Here is the Celtic for whom the word sixth man was coined. He played on the first Celtic championship teams of the Russell era, Frank Ramsey. And speaking of sixth man, this Celtic great did more to popularize that role than anybody in history. He played with unflagging energy and abandon. He is among the Celtic leaders in virtually every category. Hall of Famer John Havlicek. This next Celtic legend isn't even a Celtic, but he did play a role in Larry Bird's success. Before every game at the Garden, while the national anthem was played, Larry focused his attention on this former Bruins retired number. There it is up above, and here he is, number 4, Bobby Orr. Here's a backcourt great who, among many other accomplishments, played 488 consecutive games for the Celtics, and that's a team record. He's also 5th all-time for the Celtics in assists and 9th in scoring, JoJo White. Among all the tough guys who played for the Celtics, this guy was one of the toughest. A great competitor who won championships in 8 of the 9 seasons he played for the Celts, Jungle Jim Laskatov. Please welcome a former MVP and a member of the Basketball Hall of Fame. He still holds the team's all-time single-season record for free throw percentage at .932. Even better than Larry ever did in a single season. Cousy's backcourt mate, master of the set shot, Bill Sharman. This next introduction is easy. He was one of the game's first high-scoring big men. One of the first to shoot nearly 50% from the floor for a season when nobody was doing that in the 1950s. Another MVP and Hall of Famer, Easy Ed McCauley.
Hey Larry, this is Dominique.
Dominique goes after it. Whoa!
Here's a 3-on-2. Eddie to Dominique on the drive. He jams.
You know, we had a lot of tough battles, and won't be able to get 40 and 50 against each other anymore. I'm gonna miss that.
And Bird, they want him to keep scoring too. Bird takes the jumper and hits it again. Bird has 54.
Especially the 7th game, playoff game that we played.
Cuts free, left hands it for the field goal, and puts the Celtics back on top.
Mano duel, Bird versus Wilkins.
Dominique hits a 3, ties it for Atlanta.
It was the most exciting game I ever played. And
it's Bird's turn. Johnson gets it into Bird, and Wilkins is there. Bird comes free. Bird for the layup. You are watching what greatness is all about.
I just like to say I was glad I was a part of that, and love the time that we shared on the court together. We'll see you.
You know, one of the hardest parts about retiring is leaving the game behind. And for you, Larry, it's going to probably be the same because you're such a competitive person. Looking into your eyes sometimes in the games was like looking into the eyes of an assassin because I knew that you were going to find a way to score. The fun part about it is I was able to lock you up sometimes. It's your night. Enjoy it, Larry. Have a good time. And oh, yeah, I got you again. I got you again, Larry.
A coast-to-coast savings event that only comes once a year. Announcing the National Jeep Sale at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. Buy or lease a 4-wheel drive Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with special savings. Get $500 cash back when you buy or lease Wrangler. Buy or lease 4-wheel drive Cherokee Sport and get special lease rates and cash back. So hurry in today, because while our vehicles know no limits, our sales do.
See your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
Here's what's fun to watch on Sports Channel. Don Cherry's Grapevine. Watch as Don Cherry gets the best stories from hockey's famous players.
You're there. Do you remember what happened on that play with Al Sims? You don't remember what happened on that play? I'll tell you what happened because I never really did.
I think he passed it to me.
Passed it to you? I guess he did. I'll tell you what happened.
And he's upset because he didn't get any assists.
Yeah, he got it.
That's Don Cherry's Grapevine. And it's on Sports Channel. There's plenty of hockey on Sports Channel with the American Hockey League Game of the Week. Watch as the NHL's minor league clubs sharpen their skills. Catch the excitement on the AHL Game of the Week. Cape Breton takes on Hamilton, Sunday at 1. Sports Channel has the slam. The threes. We've got all the excitement of college basketball. The Call hosts Alabama Birmingham Tuesday at 8.
Larry, let's talk briefly about those early years prior to the NBA. What was it like in the Indiana State High School tournaments? They made a movie about it. It must be something for people outside the state to try and understand it.
Well, usually in Indiana, in Indiana, everybody's eligible for the state championship. There's no classes, everybody's eligible. So we're a very small school, and we always felt that we had a chance to win a sectional or maybe a regional. It was never good enough to go all the way state. But we had one special year in '58 where we made the state, but in my year, you could always count on a full house. We had 2,800 people in the town of French Lick, and our gym held 2,300. So, so you sort of get a feel of what type of basketball was played there. And during my years, we filled it regularly, and it was a lot of fun because you're always competing against better schools, bigger schools, and it was a challenge every night out.
Have you ever had a conversation since you arrived in the NBA with Bob Knight about your decision to leave Indiana?
Never. I've seen Bobby a few times in golf tournaments and around, but there's no use talking about it. Everything worked out for the best.
Do you have a memory after leaving Indiana State, coming to the NBA, you have a memory of the first game you played, first one that counted, regular season game with the Celtics?
Well, I remember leaving IU because I remember it was a long walk home. But once I got to the Celtics, the one thing I really remember about the first game is somebody lit a dove out, or a pigeon, a white bird, and I knew right then that it was something special. The first shot I took, I missed, and I ended up getting a rebound, putting it in with my left hand, but it was all a fall. I didn't think it was such a big deal, but as I played 2 or 3 games, I knew I was in for a tough career here, because I knew Dave Cowens told me when I first came in, he goes, the one thing about playing in Boston is don't go about it 90 or 80%, because the fans know basketball here. And that stuck with me. And he said, if you dog it, they know. So play 100% every night, you'll have no problems.
You know, we mentioned earlier that you're following Russell and Cousy and Heinsohn and Havlicek, and Cowens was still on the team. But an even more daunting prospect, you got Steve Kaburski's number. I mean, that was something right there, right?
Well, I heard when Steve was playing, he said his number is going to go up in the rafters like everyone else. So tonight, I guess he's right.
So let's take a look now at some of the highlights from those first few years with the Celtics, capped, of course, by the '81 championship in the finals against the Rockets. Roll it, boys.
Drafted in the NBA by the struggling Boston Celtics, Bird was looked upon as the savior of their proud tradition.
Everything's starting to fall into place. I hope you all realize this. We have Larry, 1 or 2 little moves, and we're ready to go.
Having finished in last place the season before, the Celtics hoped that this 21-year-old basketball wonder boy from rural Indiana would be the cornerstone of a new dynasty. But he would prove to be even more than they could have imagined.
Shake loose to Larry Bird. Bird, beautiful pass to Ford.
Ford, a three-point shot. Bird, a rebound, and a basket, and he's fouled. Bird, tremendous instinct for the offensive board that time.
Celtics have got 3 seconds. 2.
Bird, a runner.
It's good! Yes, indeed!
28 seconds. Bird, slap pass to Archibald. Ahead to Henderson, to Bird on the cut. Beautiful!
Leading the Celtics to the largest single-season turnaround in NBA history, Bird would capture Rookie of the Year honors and revitalize both the franchise and its fans. And in his second season, he would lead the Celtics confidently into the playoffs on a mission to recapture championship glory. Though they would fall behind 3-1 to the Sixers in the conference finals, Bird would simply refuse to let the Celtics' title hopes die. Playing with ferocious determination, he would lead one of playoff history's most dramatic comebacks as the Celtics clawed their way back to even the series at 3. The Sixers could only watch as Bird delivered the knockout blow.
Bird coming to the left. Stop and pop off the glass. It's gone! Boston leads 91-89. Bobby Jones is going to put the ball in play. And the pass hits the top of the backboard. And it's over! They won 3 in a row. They came from 3 of 1 down. And they have won the series. It's all over.
Bird had brought the finals back to Boston Garden. And now the Celtics look to raise the 14th championship banner to its hallowed rafters.
Larry Bird follows his own shot. Oh, what a point. As soon as he shot that ball, knew he missed. Point Henderson broke it up. There's Bird again. Larry Bird with a steal. Henderson back to Bird. Beautiful. Look at this crowd.
The Houston Rockets could only helplessly watch as the Celtics methodically eliminated them in 6 games, led by a determined Larry Bird. In just 2 years, this young Hoosier had taken Boston from last place to an NBA championship, fulfilling their wildest dreams.
It's all over. The Boston Celtics have won the World Championship in 1981, and they have become the 14th flag winners for the Boston Garden.
When I finally put enough cash together for my first car, I didn't want one. I wanted a truck. And the 93 Chevy S10 pickup with the Tahoe package was the only one for me. It ain't no toy truck. It's got a 2.8-liter V6 engine, an AM/FM stereo cassette, rally wheels, and more. And a bed plenty big enough for a tailgate party at a Patriots game. I got all this for around $9 grand. So if you're looking for your first new car, don't. Get a truck.
See the truck more first-time buyers choose at your neighborhood Chevrolet dealer.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest MVP sports store.
Non, 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 non. Je cherche quelque chose de magnifique, d'incroyable, de merveilleux. How about this one? Mais non, petit idiot. Je veux qu'elle soit belle et élégante et grasse. What about this one? Oh non, non, non. Mais vous ne comprenez rien? Êtes-vous sourd à la fin? J'exige quelque chose de parfait.
Successful caterers know which service to pick.
Yeah, now you're talking. Why didn't you show me that one in the first place?
Cellular One. It's the one for business. Any business.
Well, you're thinking about where to get sneakers. Think about this. We took all the sneakers from just one Bob's store and put a pair on every seat. And filled Fenway Park! Hey, you get the picture? For men's, ladies, and kids' sneakers at excellent prices. Just do what the music tells you.
Let's go down to Bob's.
Folks, some of Larry's teammates from that 1981 championship team are here tonight. Let's meet them right now, and Andy Jick will call the roll. Andy.
Head coach Bill Fitch.
could, we'd like to ask Bill Fitch, Tiny Archibald, and Cedric Maxwell to join us up here for just a moment. Now, feel free to converse with each other, but I'll just start it off. You used to call Larry Kodak because he had the photographic basketball mind.
I don't think I was the only one. Larry was the type of guy that took a picture of everything before anybody else saw it. And I thought it was apropos. What else can I say?
Let's hope we got another one that works. Tiny, you had been...
I think mine works.
There you go. You'd been a great player in the league, led the league in scoring and assists, but this was your chance to play with a champion.
Well, I'm just happy to be here tonight. Larry Bird, for many of people in the Boston Garden, and another gentleman sitting over there, Magic Johnson, has probably brought fond memories in my game of basketball. But when I go back to my city, New York, a lot of the kids hopefully will see this, but they asked me, did I play with Larry Bird? And I said, yes, I played with him, but we had a lot of other great teammates. But he's probably the single most important person on the Boston Celtics. He was the key that made the team run, and I'm just probably glad, like many of the guys, I'm ecstatic to be here, and I think that, Larry, tonight is your night. Hopefully it will be many more nights like this, and I'm just honored to be here. Thank you very much.
Bill, I know it's hard to explain, but what does it mean to a coach to have a player like Larry Bird?
Well, it means one of these for me. One or more. Red brought these out. It means one ring for me and about 3 or 4 or 5 for anybody else that played with him. He's a winner, and you know, I've said Larry's lucky guy too because he played with a bunch of winners, but they needed him many a night. This guy's the only night I ever made him mad at me is when I told him he was the second best left-hander we had on the team. And he says, who's the first? I said, Larry.
Max, how does it feel to be back at the Boston Garden?
Sit down. Great being back. Unfortunately, they gave me the gift, Larry, so I guess I'm going to take it home with me. It was a thrill really playing with you. And you know it was me and you, first of all, before you challenged any other these guys in the NBA, it was me and you going heads up every day. And all I remember, them 20-footers raining down on me, so... And I always remember thinking like, boy, you know, this white guy really can play, can't he? Larry, I guess it's my honor in representing all the guys behind me and some of the guys who aren't here, Terry Durod and Wayne Cretlow, who were on the team also. It's my honor to present you with this, what the hell is this? Okay. Oh, Bob, you know, I'm after your job, but never mind.
What is this?
A commemorative coin for Larry Bird looks like a gold-plated coin that is very expensive. So, on behalf of everybody, congratulations.
You know, Bob, this team was very special because there's only one guy who had success in college, and that's Rick Roby. And you know that they're really pros at Kentucky because they all get paid anyway. So we felt very honored because none of us really had success in college, and this team won a championship, and it was really great because it's the first time we won something any of us have won anything, and it's very special. So this team was very special. There's no question about it.
And before we let these guys go, Max is going to be back and introduced with the '84 team, but I think this is his only time with the microphone, so sitting right alongside you. And we ought to mention the performance he put on in the finals against Houston in '81, and then particularly in the 7th game in '84 when he put the clamps on James Worthy.
It's very funny because in '81 Cedric was MVP of the playoffs. Back then they used to give you a watch. Now they give cars. So but he had a great series. There's no question about it. I was in a shooting slump, and we all played together. And it doesn't matter. Max pulled us through so many games in '84 in a championship. I don't know if Magic can remember back that far, but Cedric had a great run, and he told us all, he said, boys, I'll take care of everything tonight. Just get out of my way. And thank God we did.
So let's leave these 1981 Celtics with one last chance to savor that first championship victory of the Larry Bird era one more time. Bill Fitch's 1981 World Champion Celtics. Watch this.
I think Fitch, Harry, the ball players, they all came through. I'm so proud of them, like any other championship. Yahoo!
Cedric Maxwell, the man who was voted the most valuable player by Sport Magazine. Red Auerbach, Bill Fitch, and Robert Parrish. Well, they're taking care of a little business with Robert. Robert, you had a great game out there. You were the fellow that got him going early, and you came back after that foul trouble. How does it feel to have it all?
It feels very good. I'm happy to win it all. It's that.
Robert, go and dry off a little bit. Let's get some of these other players. ML, come on in here. I see you said you're going to do what you had to do to win, and you did it.
We went out and we played. We played the game what the Celtics supposed to play. Got to be the happiest moment of our life. And we're just proud to have that championship trophy because of the amount of talent we had to beat to get it. All right. Red Auerbach has his victory cigar out. Red, did you ever get tired of this? Never. We stuck together. When going got tough, we came through. They came back on us.
Well, taking care of Larry here. He's the man who did it.
These guys have had 2 great seasons, and it's been no nights off, not much rest. And if a team ever celebrated, this one deserves to celebrate.
Just released a brand new choice in gasoline. A gasoline with the improved level of 93 octane. For some cars, that could mean better performance. And like all BP gasolines, Super keeps your entire fuel system clean and free of dirt and deposits. BP's newest choice in quality gasolines, 93 octane Super. We've released it to our stations. Now release it in your car. BP, on the move.
Right now, McDonald's is making every month more interesting. How? By offering you the big taste of a different burger every month. and we're calling it Burger of the Month. This month, it's the double quarter pounder with cheese. A half pound of 100% pure beef taste. Enjoy one today in an extra value meal with the Coke Classic. So hurry on down to McDonald's for your Burger of the Month. And next month, there'll be another delicious one waiting. See you then. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Now, a coast-to-coast savings event that only comes once a year. Announcing the National Jeep Sale at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. Buy or lease a four-wheel drive Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with special savings. Get $500 cash back when you buy or lease Wrangler. Buy or lease four-wheel drive Cherokee Sport and get special lease rates and cash back. So hurry in today, because while our vehicles know no limits, our sales do.
See your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anything I've ever seen. Oh, quality shows in the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend. Nine Korean Systems the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome a man who entered the NBA as the league's general counsel the year before Larry Bird came into the league. Now the guy most people consider the best commissioner in all of sports, the commissioner of the National Basketball Association, David Stern. So your first year as commissioner is 83, 84, so you're around as a rookie for another Celtic championship.
It was a snap. I took over on February 184. They said, you go to Boston, watch the game. It gets a little hot. We went from 3 officials to 2 officials in this building because it was 110 degrees towards the end of the game. But then you give Larry the trophy, or Red takes it away from you. You give him the finals MVP, you give him the season MVP, and then you come back in October and give him his ring. I thought all you had to do, other than an occasional trip out to LA to see Magic and the Lakers, was come to Boston Garden.
What did Larry mean to the history of the league in a way that continues beyond his retirement as an active player?
I think that people think about the NBA now. They say teamwork, they say leadership, they say making everyone around you better. I'm looking forward, 5 years from Monday, they're going to announce that Larry and Magic are in the Hall of Fame, and we're going to talk about it again.
Now, I honestly don't know the answer to this. Rod Thorne is sort of the league's dean of discipline, but did you ever get called into Commissioner Stern's office for a stern talking to?
Never.
I always spoke to the boss. Used to call Dinah and tell her to, make sure he was okay, but we never had a problem, really.
Commissioner David Stern, folks. The NBA, by the way, is making a $25,000 contribution to the Boston Celtics Charitable Foundation, and the league will also present Larry with a special personal video compilation of his greatest moments from high school through college, the NBA, and the Dream Team, so that his son and daughter might be able to appreciate his athletic artistry as much as all of us have.
finally put enough cash together for my first car, I didn't want one. I wanted a truck. And the 93 Chevy S10 pickup with the Tahoe package was the only one for me. It ain't no toy truck. It's got a 2.8-liter V6 engine, an AM/FM stereo cassette, rally wheels, and more. And a bed plenty big enough for a tailgate party at a Patriots game. I got all this for around $9 grand. So if you're looking for your first new car, don't. Get a truck.
See the truck more first-time buyers choose at your neighborhood Chevrolet dealer.
With each new day, you find a way to be your best.
Gillette Sensor for the closest, safest shave ever.
You know you gotta be a little better than the rest.
Only Sensor has spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to every detail of every face. Gillette Sensor. And now there's Gillette Aftershave Skin Conditioner. It moisturizes so your face feels comfortable all day.
Gillette, the best a man can get.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest Olympia sports store.
Meet some of Larry's teammates from that 1984 team who are here tonight. Andy?
Head coach K.
Champion Celtics. Quinn Buckner, ML Carr, Gerald Henderson, DJ later, don't worry. ML?
Hi, Bob.
Come on
How
up.
are you? Good to
Quinn,
see
how you doing? And Gerald?
Yeah.
Now, go ahead, give it one wave. Go ahead.
Give me a wave. Show them how it's done. There we go. Get them going, folks.
What are these guys telling you here?
I'll be on the front page tomorrow. I'll be on the back, he'll be on the front.
Gerald, take us back to the steal in Game 2 that really saved the championship series.
Well, I think, you know, what happened was more of an instinctive thing. You know, me and ML used to talk to each other before anytime we had to go in before defensive situations, and we would just psych each other up. We got to make something happen, ML. We got to do it because it was a dire situation there, and fortunately we came out, and the defense rotated properly, and as Casey taught us how to do it. And I came up with the steal, you know.
Stop being modest, Gerald.
And as we know, we could all hear Johnny Moe. Henderson stole the ball!
Now, ML, if you weren't in the game, and Larry was, and as I recall, that was often the case.
Most of the time.
Yeah. Then the towel-waving duties fell to you.
Well, you know, I received, during the course of my career, the latter part of my career, a lot of boos and yells concerning that towel. But I remember in the Philadelphia series, I picked it up one time on a game here in Boston, got the fans going a little bit, and Larry came to me another time and said, ML, get that towel going again. So when Larry tell you to do something, you do it.
Now, as it happens, I have known you since you broke into pro ball in the old ABA with the Spirits of St. Louis. I've seldom met a nicer guy and seldom met a guy more despised outside his own town. They love you here, and on the road, they couldn't stand you, right?
That was a love throw, the Magic. As a matter of fact, the thing is that Red Auerbach, who we haven't heard a lot about Red, but Red taught us when you put on the uniform, a Celtic will do whatever it takes to win. And the fact of the matter is, when you look at a Magic, you look at a Larry, you look at these guys around the league, I didn't have the talent that these guys had. But if Coach asked me to go in the game for 2 minutes, it was going to be the best 2 minutes that I possibly could give.
That was even if you had to rip somebody's head off, right?
And every now and then, you know, when you're playing against guys like Magic and Dr. J, it made it very tough because defensively, you just couldn't stop these guys conventionally. So every now and then, I would put a little elbow into it. So that's why I was despised around the league. But I think it was Red's fault, though. Red told me to be tough. Thanks, Red.
How hot was it in here, Game 5 and Game 7 in '84 against the Lakers?
They said it was 105. All I remember is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with the oxygen tank to his face.
And the goggles fogged up, right?
You know, and I say Kareem because Kareem was such a great talent, too, not unlike Magic, not unlike Bird. But the point is that it was very, very hot in here tonight. I bet you anyone that was in here that night was totally drenched because you had two great teams going at it, giving it everything they could possibly have. But guess what? If we have a Game 7 or a Game 5 in here a couple years from now, we don't have to worry about it because we'll have an air-conditioned Boston Garden.
Uh-oh, look out.
Hey, you see, that meets with mixed reviews.
Yeah, no question.
Quinn, before you make the presentation, you've told me a story about calling Larry the day after a championship. The day after. And what was he doing?
Well, for me, it was a unique experience. First of all, play with him. But after we won in '84, we went out, you know, go after the game, you go eat dinner and do things like, you know, people do. But we get ready, so I called Larry the next day, and I called over and asked Dinah, I said, Dinah, where's Larry? The very next day after we won in '84, ladies and gentlemen, Larry Bird is out running trying to get the championship, the next NBA championship. That's the kind of dedication that Larry Bird had.
Go ahead.
That's probably true. But I probably felt so bad when I got up, I had to do something to start feeling better.
In addition to all of that, Larry, what we have here is a watch that I want to present to you, and I hope it gives you some sense of feel for how we feel about what you've done. Now I know why your back has been hurting. You had to carry us for all of those years. Thank you. Thank you.
The award-winning Buick Park Avenue. Save a fortune over Mercedes, Lexus, Legend, Infiniti, Town Car, or Continental. Our supercharged Ultra now has an incredible $399 per month lease. No wonder we have one of the highest customer loyalty ratings on earth. Buick Park Avenue.
Buick is leading the way.
Come into your key Buick dealers of New England now for the excellence of our cars and our service.
With business people, Cellular One strives to stay one step ahead of their competition. Their efficient and convenient service yields the utmost productivity. Now, Cellular One, in conjunction with Sports Channel, offers you, the fan, an opportunity to get the most up-to-date sports information with the Cellular One Sports Channel Sports Line. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the Boston area. Sports fans can stay tuned to their favorite teams by pressing star 1SC on their Cellular One telephone. The Cellular One Sports Channel Sports Line, the one for sports enthusiasts. Dial star 1SC. Here's what's fun to watch on Sports Channel. The Sports Writers on TV. Watch as 4 of Chicago's funniest sports writers tackle the issues in the sporting world.
It's performance enhancing.
Okay, so what do you think about it?
I think that the pigeons, their privacy is being invaded if they are drug tested.
All right, how do they test it? What do they test?
Same way they test people.
My car
never
got
heard
pigeon milk?
Same thing.
That's the Sports Writers on TV. And it's on Sports Channel.
Do you want fishing? Oh, that's a little one. No, I mean fishing. Fast action. Big fish. And lots of fun. Then you want Captain Skip's Trophy Fishing. Catch all the action of Captain Skip's Trophy Fishing right here every Sunday at noon.
Entering the 1986 season, Larry was at the top of his game, and his Celtics were primed to make one more championship run. It would prove to be their most impressive. From the opening game, they executed to perfection. A supremely talented group of all-stars, they played in perfect sync and dominated all competition.
Just hit him with a screen, then gets it back to the head.
We went out there with a job in mind, and we all knew what our jobs were. And when we went to work, it was like punching in the clock. You know, if I'm on the assembly line, and my job is put the radio knob on the radio. I'm putting the radio knob on the radio, and the other guy's putting in the buttons and putting on the antennas. And you know, Larry was the antenna man, and we were the button man.
Well, Larry, doing his job had never been more rewarding.
Bird.
With the addition of Bill Walton, Larry had more weapons than ever at his disposal, and he used them to devastating effect.
I think what made that team so special was its ability to play any kind of style. You know, we could play the setup game, we could play the fast break game. We had great defense, great rebounding. And then if nothing was working, hey, you always give it to Larry. And he'd step back and shoot a three.
As the Celtics dominated the league, it became clear that this season would not only be a drive for a championship, but also a journey into history. They would lose only one game in the Boston Garden all year, setting an NBA record for home court mastery. They would compile the second-best record in Celtic history, and Bird would join Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain as the only players to win 3 consecutive MVPs. The playoffs would be a mere formality as the Celtics dropped only one game on their way to the finals. And even the championship series itself would be less a contest than a coronation.
Bird carries out the game plan, and the Rockets want to know what hit them.
Houston would quickly become a footnote as Boston captured its second title in 3 years and took its place as one of the greatest teams in NBA history.
Bird goes in a three-point land.
I always felt that, and still feel that that's the best team I've ever seen in this league. I'm sure Magic's got a team he liked to throw up against him, but to me personally, I thought that's the best team ever assembled since I've been in the league.
16 out of 40, the greatest winning tradition. You did it with hard work and teamwork. You've earned it. It's yours. Enjoy it.
And several players are here from that 1986 team. Andy Jick will bring them on. Andy?
Head coach K.C. Jones. Assistant coach Chris Ford. The trainer Ray Melchiori. Scott Wedman.
It was a slow day.
Rick Carlisle.
There was a bright light.
Sam Vincent.
There was a bomb and the baby cries was wired to the radio. These are the days of miracle and wonder.
Jerry Seasting.
When the camera follows us and slow.
DJ Dennis Johnson.
When we look to a distant constellation.
Number 32, Kevin McHale.
These are the days of miracle.
Number 00, Robert Parrish. And Bill Walton.
It was a dry wind, and it swept across the desert and curled into the circle of blue of the dead sand.
Bill, DJ, and KC, would you join us up here for a moment, please?
Got mine right here. And now?
All right, now,
Mine's not working.
yours is not working. You can have mine, KC. While Larry tells us this story, I hope it's a good story. I see that KC is wearing loafers,
Yes.
but I understand that there was one occasion in the locker room, and you can pick it up from there.
I have mine, yes.
Go ahead, Larry.
I don't know if I should tell that one.
Go ahead.
We was in New Jersey, and we get prepared for a basketball game, and KC was sitting on a training table, which sits up pretty high. And he was talking, and he had his legs back and relaxing. He was going long. I was on the floor stretching, and somebody had a jumping rope. But I snuck up behind him, got down there and tied his legs to the legs of the chair. And just as soon as he started to get up, of course, ML runs up there and grabs him. Thought he was going to get some more playing time, but it didn't work. And KC was wondering, who did it. But that's the type of guy. KC's the coolest and the smoothest man you could ever possibly meet.
Yeah, but when Larry did that, I told him, I said, well, I'm not going to start you in this ball game. But then I would have been hurt if we'd gone out there and no Larry Bird. Well, it sounds good anyway.
We was in Portland one time, and I was coming down one on three break. I had the ball, and Casey was hollering to play. I said, what the heck? I shot it from three-point land, and Casey had his arms up in the air, and it goes through. I looked at Casey. He goes, what the heck?
Casey, you played with and coached some of the best teams and with some of the best players in the history of the league. But this 86 team not only was one of the greatest in terms of results, but their feel for one another on the floor, their passing ability, their intuitive sense of where each of the others were. That was remarkable.
Very remarkable. These guys came in together in 81. There's Kevin, there's Larry, there's Robert. And they knew, Dennis Johnson, Danny Ainge, they knew what each other could do. And what I did was said, okay, let's see what's happening out there. And you'd see Larry shooting a three-pointer, and then I'd call a timeout, and they didn't count the three-pointer. So he's very upset with that, so I diagrammed the play. He says, heck with the play, Case. Give me the ball and tell all the rest of the guys to get out of the way. I said, shut up, Larry. I'm the coach here. Okay, all right. Dennis, you take the ball out and give it to Kevin, then you throw it to Larry, and everybody get the hell out of the way. And then, true to his word, in Phoenix, he goes down before the ball is thrown in, and he's standing right in front of the Phoenix bench, and he looks at all the guys on the bench and says, I'm getting the ball, I'm going to put it in the hoop. And he says, watch my hand as I follow through. The ball is thrown into Kevin. Kevin gets to Larry. Larry fires it up, puts a hand in the air as he continues on to the dressing room. Now, that's what you call arrogance.
Now, Bill, somebody told me a story about Chief getting hurt. You come in and you say, all right, I'll pick up some of the offense here in Chief's absence. But what did Larry tell you?
Larry was one of those players that didn't play basketball, he lived basketball. He would know what was on the minds of everybody on the team. And Larry came into the locker room on a day when I was going to get more playing time. I could never get Casey to remember what my name was. I'd have to sit there next to Chris Rogers and Jimmy Ford and elbow him and sort of say, hey, let me back in that game. And Larry knew I was going to be coming ready to take a lot of shots tonight and get a lot of minutes because Casey had to play me. It was either me or Greg Kite, and basically it had to be me. And so Larry, Danny Ainge, and myself were always the first three guys to the gym. DJ, of course, was the last. But I'm in there stretching out on the floor, getting ready in the locker room before I'm going to go out and play, and Larry walks in and walks right up to me as if he'd been thinking about me all day. He said, hey, I get all the shots on this team. Just because Kevin or Chief are not playing, that makes no other opportunities for you. Now get your butt to the weak side and get some rebounds so I can shoot more. But the magic of Larry Bird was not on the basketball court, was not in the locker room. It was in his ability to create an atmosphere of excitement wherever he went. I grew up in California, in Laker country, and I was a big Celtic fan growing up, and I was always... It was always my dream to be on the Celtics. Bill Russell was my favorite player, and I had watched Casey Jones, and I the first time I came to be a Boston Celtics, I come in the gym, and Larry starts playing great as he always did, and the fans started chanting, Larry, 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 and then a little bit later it was MVP, MVP, and the excitement in this arena that is present here tonight was created by Larry Bird's play, but not just by his play, but by his presence as it is here tonight.
Well, Dennis Johnson has just been sitting here, so we should turn to him. You've called him the best player you ever played with.
Without a doubt. DJ probably wasn't our best scorer. He probably wasn't our best defensive player. But what DJ did he did a little bit of everything. And what he did good. DJ wasn't the greatest shooter in the world, as we know. But when the game got down the last minute or 2 minutes, if the game was tied, DJ seemed like he always came through for us. He always made a big steal. He was always in the right place at the right time. He brought so much to our club in '84. It was just unbelievable, and we all felt very awed about it. And I'm glad I had an opportunity to play with him, because there's no question. I mean, Robert and Kevin are great. But DJ did a little bit of everything. He was very special in a sense of every way, and that's why I said that. But I've been very fortunate. I've played a lot of great ones.
Thank you. Scripted well. Well, you know, with Larry, even to the end, I mean, this being his night, as I always said, well, first of all, Larry said a lot of these things because it was I who had the ball all the time. And to keep me happy, basically he would say stuff like this because he knew I was going to throw him the ball. And if Robert and Kevin then would have said, I probably would have passed it to them too, but no. Even all the way down to the end, and this being, you know, Larry's night, he still goes out and he's the type of person he is. He's giving everybody else credit. Enjoy it. It's great, and it's yours.
The beauty of this gifted player, Larry Bird, is that these two people came into the league at the same time. Magic and Larry, one is on the West Coast, one is on the East Coast. That gave us what we have here tonight, this kind of reception, this kind of communication and identification. Now, that cannot be topped. So that's what you very much appreciate it.
Casey Jones talked earlier about the togetherness of this team and how we spent so much time thinking about the game of basketball. When I first joined the team here, and we'd hang out, Larry and Kevin and Chief and myself, and we'd be talking all about basketball, what we're going to do, how we're going to play, and Kevin and Larry would pull me aside, and they would say, now, Bill, just watch out with Larry, because what's going to happen is that he's going to come into these games the night before and he's going to talk all this trash about how the other team is terrible, they got nobody who can stop me, the other coach has got a bad strategy, and then we're going to have to go out there and cover for him. But then we would spend a lot of time just hanging out and thinking and philosophizing about basketball. And I mentioned that Larry Bird lived the game of basketball. One of the things we used to do was watch a lot of satellite television. Larry didn't do it, but Kevin and I, Chief, would do it. And I'd be watching these West Coast games in the middle of the night, and I'd see a great play by Magic and Jabbar, or a great play by, I don't know, Magic. Were there any other teams out there on the West Coast? And I didn't know. So I'd get an idea, Riley would have a great play, and I'd write it down. I'd quickly call Larry up in the middle of the night, and it'd be 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'd dial his number, and he wouldn't even say hello when he picked it up. He'd say, Bill, that play won't work. Now get some sleep. Get some sleep and quit bugging me. Good night. And hang it up.
Well, in just a little bit, the banner will officially be raised to the rafters, and it's kind of appropriate that these two had that unspoken communication on the floor, even down to one of the most famous plays in Celtic history, the Game 5 steal against the Pistons in '87, where Larry grabbed it, and DJ knew in an instant before anybody else on the floor what was happening, cut to the basket, winning lay-in from the left side. You didn't know?
In a second.
So it's appropriate that these two have their numbers displayed alongside each other, and for a presentation of a miniature replica. Here's DJ.
You know, I'm glad this is finally on here because last year Larry told me that he was going to pay somebody to climb up there and put a 3 by my name. So, so it would basically just be him up there still. But I'm glad this is here. The inscription says, on Larry Bird Night, Boston Garden, February 4th, 1993. Number 33 has now joined those of us Celtics legends raised above the Garden parquet.
Thank you, DJ. Thank you.
Bird has got Pressey on him, finds Ainge on the cut. Danny for 2.
My first game in the NBA, Bill Fitch called a timeout and he diagrammed a play, and I was supposed to cut off the high post and post up for a second and then go across and set a pick. Well, I came off the pick and I was wide open and I stood there waiting for the ball. I had a smaller guy to post up, and Larry just waved me out of the way saying, "Get out of here, get out of the way." And from that time I learned to run Larry's play, not the coach's play. I'm really grateful for having had the chance to play with Larry. He taught me a great deal about the game of basketball. He taught me how to prepare for games. He was a great example to me in how he approached his job and the professional that he was. And besides all the great things I learned on the court, the passing and the shooting and all those things, Larry was a great example, and I feel very blessed to have had the chance to play with Larry Bird.
Right now, McDonald's is making something special for you every month. A burger above and beyond what's already on our menu. And it'll be big on taste. It's called McDonald's Burger of the Month. This month, get the mouth-watering double quarter pounder with cheese. A half pound of 100% pure beef piled high on a sesame seed bun. As for the next Burger of the Month, we'll be making it equally delicious. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
All across the country, excitement is growing for one of the biggest automotive events of the year, the National Eagle Sale at your Jeep and Eagle dealer, where you can lease or buy the all-new award-winning Eagle Vision. Get cashback savings when you lease or buy sporty Eagle Talent. And find great values on Eagle Summits. From LA to New York, it's the most exciting automotive event of the year. But you'd better hurry in, because a sale this exciting won't last long.
See your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest MVP sports store.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest front line in the history of the NBA, Robert Parrish, Kevin McHale, and Larry Bird. it's obvious how well you three worked together. But was there some sort of internal friendly rivalry between the three of you?
I don't think we were really rivals in any sense, and we had some good practices, and everybody got after it pretty good a lot of times. But no, there wasn't. I think that the thing that Robert and I knew from day one, the thing I knew from day one, it was Larry's team. You know, and Larry ran the team, and we knew where we fit in. Larry was multi-dimensional. Chief and I were finishers. We'd run down that box. I tell you right now, Larry was still out there standing right in that corner. I'd get my butt down that box and get the ball because he gave it to you where you needed it. And you know, so we knew that right from the start. There wasn't, but there was just a mutual respect amongst all three of us, and that's what made it work.
There was a stretch in 1985, and I think these two games were maybe a week or 10 days apart. You got 56 against Detroit, and that broke Havlicek's team record. And Larry got you the ball right at the end so you could pile up some more points, right? And then he had a comment for you at the end of the game.
Well, Bertie told me at the end of the game, you know, 56 points is a lot of points. I'm figuring, man, I got to go let someone else shoot now. I mean, this is crazy because I had never scored 56 points before, even in a church league game, you know. So we were out there, and so I kind of said, nah, that's enough. Bertie said, hey, it doesn't happen that often. You know, you go for 60. And I thought, nah, I'm not going to go for 60. And after the game, Bertie said, you should have gone for 60 because I'm going to go for 61 these days. 9 days later, he went for 60.
Robert, what one thing, as you sit alongside these two guys, what one memory comes to you first?
I would have to say when I first came to the Celtics, I witnessed the first practice, and that's when I knew that Kevin and Larry and the rest of the team that was similar back in '80 was a very special unit. And that's when I knew that we could be a very special team and accomplish great things.
Which one of the two of you has the presentation in this round for Larry?
I don't know. No, they haven't prepped this on. I do. I'm just kidding. I got the presentation for Larry right here.
We got something here. Here we go.
Okay. All right. Boy, whatever it is, Bertie, it's heavy. I tell you that much. It says, Larry Bird, upon the Garden Parquet and throughout the annals of the NBA, the Boston Celtics have set the standard by which all other teams are measured. Larry Bird upheld that standard in the highest tradition of Celtics pride. His extraordinary play defined an era in Celtics history. And truer words were never spoken.
Now, Robert, we were asking some of the Celtic players what part of Larry's game they appreciated the most. Would you say it was his footwork?
No.
Would you say, Kevin, it was his blazing speed?
No.
Would you say, Robert, it was his ballet-like grace?
No.
Well, there seems to be rare unanimity of opinion here, so anticipating this reaction, we've selected some of the plays that illustrate what Kevin and Robert are talking about.
BP's research and testing tends to leave an impression on most visitors.
Fourth floor, aviation fuel research. Sixth floor, marine Marine fuel testing.
And we put this research to use in a very practical place. Your local BP station.
Pizza for Todd King. Top floor.
Top floor space research.
BP, on the move.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anything I've ever seen. Oh, quality shows in the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend. Night Korean systems the best.
We know we see all the men you have to be, just how much you give, all the lives you live. We'll be there. We understand all it means to be a man. We're showing you the way to get better every day. Gillette's the best the man can get.
Gillette sensor technology revolutionized shaving. Now we're introducing the Gillette series, a line of high-performance shaving, aftershave, and deodorant products with an exhilarating new fragrance to help every man look, feel, and be his best.
So you're the best you can be for all the world to see. Gillette's the best the man can get.
The Gillette series, together with Gillette Sensor, is redefining men's grooming.
Folks, turn your attentions over here for just a moment. I'm standing almost exactly in the spot where one of the most surprising and important plays in Celtic history took place. The spring of 1987, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals against the Pistons. The pivotal game in the series, and Detroit is up by a point with 5 seconds to play. They've got the ball out of bounds. It's in the hands of Isaiah Thomas. All they've got to do is get it in and execute, and the game is over. And Game 6 is in Detroit. You all know what happened. Let's listen to the call.
17 seconds to go. Bird set to inbound. Boston down 1. It comes to Dennis Johnson. Dumars has got him. DJ, left side Bird. Eyeball to eyeball with Mahorn. Goes baseline. Nobody home. Rodman the block. Out of bounds. Who's got it? Detroit ball with 5 seconds to go. Thomas wants to get it in quickly. Does to Lambier. Stolen by Bird on the cut to DJ. Yes! Yes, and a foul! Unbelievable! Unbelievable!
And that play against Detroit helped to set up the final championship confrontation between the two great rivals of the 80s, the Lakers and the Celtics. Please welcome now the Laker player who, along with Larry, defined a new level of competitive excellence in the NBA, Earvin Magic Johnson.
My energy is next level, so damn you
money plays on. You gon' die if you try. You just might get a little bit of trouble. K-N-I-F-E, right in your side. You would never see me coming. You gon' die if you try. You just might get a little bit of trouble. K-N-I-F-E, right.
Well, Commissioner Stern pointed something out that I hadn't thought about, but it's obvious. There's such symmetry in your careers. The championship game in college, entering the league at the same time, being the big contributors to its growth through the 80s, playing on the dream team together as you close out your respective professional careers, and now you'll go into the Hall of Fame on the same day, the two of you. That's fitting.
Well, no question that you know, it was tough times in the beginning for both of us, being the competitors that we are. So we very rarely spoke or said hi. But I think after that one commercial, you got a chance to see. I got a chance to go to Mom Bird's house, and we sat there and we had a chance to have a conversation, finally for the first time. And we found out that we were much alike. We have similar backgrounds in terms of Midwest boys, and we just started laughing and giggling like two little boys, and it started a friendship that will last forever. And I'm just happy that I got a chance to be a part of tonight. You know, I wouldn't miss it for the world. You know, you caused me a lot of sleepless nights. You know, I tell people all around the country when they ask me a question, who's the best, who this, who that, and I always tell them that you know, I didn't play way back and all that, but when I was playing, that you're the best all-around player that ever played, and that, but more than that, the more respect that I can give you is the fact that you are the most feared player. I feared you more than anybody else because I knew if it was a little time on the clock, you know, 0.1, half a second, this man would find a way to win that damn game. So I should also say thank you for, do I have all this time? Thanks. Because I should thank you for helping me to improve my game too, making me play at a level that I don't know how I got up there myself, you know. It was just a sense of unbelievable high. You know, you guys are lucky, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't know if it's going to ever be a rivalry. You know, there's been some great, I don't want to down the NBA now, Commissioner, but I was at the Lakers-Orlando game the other night before I took the all-nighter to get here, and it was some excitement for Shaquille. It's some excitement when Michael come in, no question about it, pack houses and so. But people don't go crazy like they used to when Larry Bird was coming to town. And I remember we used to get off the plane here. The baggage men Magic, Larry's gonna get you tomorrow. You know, everybody you passed was just going crazy. No Magic tonight. You know, but it was a sense of excitement that it was unbelievable. And so you had to play. It was, and I know you don't feel that anymore, and that's too bad. But this man should be commended and thanked for what he has done, not only for you, the league, but kids and everybody else. And like I said, just thank you. And I'm going to keep going sometime. Yeah, I'll let you get back, Bob.
At BP, we've just released a brand new choice in gasoline. A gasoline with the improved level of 93 octane. For some cars, that could mean better performance. And like all BP gasolines, Super keeps your entire fuel system clean and free of dirt and deposits. BP's newest choice in quality gasolines, 93 octane Super. We've released it to our stations. Now release it in your car. BP, on the move.
When I finally put enough cash together for my first car, I didn't want one. I wanted a truck. And the 93 Chevy S10 pickup with the Tahoe package was the only one for me. It ain't no toy truck. It's got a 2.8-liter V6 engine, an AM/FM stereo cassette, rally wheels, and more. And a bed plenty big enough for a tailgate party at a Patriots game. I got all this for around $9 grand. So if you're looking for your first new car, don't. Get a truck.
See the truck more first-time buyers choose at your neighborhood Chevrolet dealer.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anything. Anything I've ever seen. Oh, quality shows. In the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend. Night
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest Olympia sports store.
You know, I guess there's 100 questions I could ask about specific moments, but it's hard to rank any one ahead of the second or the third one. So why don't you just express your feelings for Magic Johnson?
Well, there's no question that Magic's probably the toughest competitor and probably the best player I've ever seen. There's no question about that. We already know that. On the court, he took every game serious. He brought his teammates to a level that they couldn't even achieve on their own. We've seen what he's done over the last 13, 14 years, starting back in college. I'll never forget that college game where I knew from the beginning we was outmatched because of the talent, and Magic was directing him, leading him up and down the court. We got into the first year of the NBA. He wins a championship right off the bat. A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. There's pressure on me to start winning championships right away. And I don't think I could ever achieve that if I didn't have somebody always looking out and see what I'm doing every night. I knew he was watching me because I was watching him. I was making sure that I knew what he was doing every night. But he took my game to a level, especially when we played him in here. He's had more success in here than anybody else has because he knew how to work the crowd. He knew how to take the crowd out of a game. But he is by far the best player that I've ever played against and really ever seen. I can't include all the other great players because I never really watched professional basketball. But Magic, there's one thing. We can agree upon that we're retired now, right?
Right.
We'll never come back again.
No.
But I want to ask you, then will you get the hell out of my dreams?
Oh, man. What are you talking about? I'm going to tell this story, and then I know you're trying to get me off. You want to go home and everything. we're in LA, and I'm hurt. So I can't play against the Celtics. You know, I'm killing myself. So, you know, Larry warming up. So the anthem is sung and get introduced, and right before they go out on the court, Larry comes down. He says, you know what? Don't worry. I'm going to put a show on for you. And he went out. I think he scored 38 points, about 20 rebounds, about 15 assists. And every shot he would shoot, he would turn to me. And I said, boy. And you would sit there. You know, the thing about it that I love about you is that, see, most guys talk trash and talk stuff and can't bag it up. But Mr. Bird, you know you can bag your trash talking up. And the last two things before I go, because this is your night, and I'm trying to just tell everybody how I feel about you, because I respect you and admire you and love you so much. But the last two things, you know, today, I knew you were great, but today I found out how great you really are. I'm watching ESPN, and they got these greatest shots. You see this SB award? You call in, and you pick the greatest shots. So I'm sitting here watching, it's clock beaters. So I'm sitting here watching all the candidates, right? And you know, every candidate on there only like made one marvelous shot in their career. Only one. They should have just had you and showed you on video, because you had hundreds of last-second shot beaters. I mean, what are they thinking about? If they were smart, they just put, okay, Larry Bird is our winner. There's no other contestants. And last but not least, I'm going to say this because you told me one lie. You only told me one lie in your career.
That's pretty good.
Only one. And you only lied to the fans and all the people in the world one time. And you know what that lie was? You don't remember, do you? Larry Bird said that there would be another Larry Bird one day. And Larry, there will never, ever, ever be another Larry Bird. And so I don't care how many people, how many players, there will never, ever be another Larry Bird. So you take that to the bank. I love you, I respect you, and I admire you. And I'm going to get off of here before I start crying, because you know I will get emotional up here. Of course, you gave me a piece of the parquet, and so you know what the Lakers did. Sent you a piece of the forum floor. And, but Kareem and Jerry West and Elgin, all the guys you don't want to hear about, basically, they all signed it, and this is from the Laker family, Dr. Buss, and to say congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, man.
And, you know, this is the only time they ever clap for me. Man, I feel wonderful, not getting booed or anything. Especially when I used to complain about a call. That's all right, you just reminded me, please boo me, because I'm reminiscing of all the old times when I used to come in here. This used to be great. Larry got a jersey here. Well, first of all, the Lakers sent one jersey over with your name on the back, Bird. See, yeah. So that's all right. Boo him again. Oh, you know I'm having fun with this, so go ahead. And last but not least, this is mine, and I signed it to you, to the greatest basketball player ever, but more important, a friend forever. And I appreciate it.
Thank you, Magic. You noticed I signed yours on the back. That's because that's all I ever seen of you. It says, to Irvin, a great champion and competitor, you are the best. And thank you for all the great competition and all the great games. See, when we played the Lakers, it was the ultimate game. Of course, we played Philadelphia back in the early days. And the only reason I say that's the best rivalry is because we never got to play the Lakers more than 2 or 9 times a year. It would have been nice. 9 was better than 2. But it would have been a great rivalry, just like back in the older days when we used to play you all the time. And you were the first Laker team to win on the Boston Garden championship. I don't commend you for that. I'm still peeved about that. But there's no question about it, Magic. We had a great time, and it's all over, buddy.
Yeah, it is. It's all over. But you know what? We had that last dream, though. Oh, Rick. I got to get Rick for this. You and I remember this. Do you remember when Rick Roby started in front of both of us? You guys don't know this. Larry Bird and I sat on the bench. You remember that?
Do I remember that?
Can you believe
Who was the coach of that team?
Joe B. Hall, Kentucky. Had all them Kentucky guys starting. But boy, did we put on a show when we came in the game, didn't we?
For them 2 or 3 minutes, we sure did.
Oh, man. And I finally got my dream to play with you and the dream team. And ladies and gentlemen, they were talking about, well, Larry might not play and this and that. And I told the guys, I said, if Larry doesn't play, I won't play. And I'm glad that we finally got that dream. So I'm going to get off here because, see, we can go forever.
No, Magic. Since you're kind of segueing into a new career, working occasionally with NBC, and you seem so at home here, see what it says?
Yes.
Segue into Olympic video. Why don't you just do it?
All right. It was like we played it together instead of against each other. And for the first time on the Olympic Dream Team, it seems only fitting that our career should be capped by joint participation on the greatest basketball team ever assembled, the 1992 USA men's basketball team. Let's relive the highlights of the swaggering, flamboyant journey. Roll the tape.
When America's Dream Team was assembled, there was no question as to who its captains would be.
Who's taking the last shot with the game on the line?
Let's see what's going to happen is Larry and I.
He's going to shoot it and miss the whole rim. I'm going to be standing there and lay it in like Balbona's team did.
Right now, McDonald's is making something special for you every month. A burger above and beyond what's already on our menu. And it'll be big on taste. It's called McDonald's Burger of the Month. This month, get the mouth-watering double quarter pounder with cheese. A half pound of 100% pure beef piled high on a sesame seed bun. As for the next burger of the month, we'll be making it equally delicious. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Breakthroughs in technology have made it possible for automotive designers to create for the driver one of the safest environments ever. At Eagle, we've taken that technology and moved it a little to the right. Introducing Vision from Eagle with standard drivers and passenger side airbags. See one today at your Jeep and Eagle dealer.
Get the advantage at your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
You know you always get a great price at Lechmere, right?
Let's say you find the same item.
The same item at a lower price someplace else. Well, if you did just happen to see a lower price. Are you kidding?
They will make up the difference. Lechmere will give you the difference.
Wait. 10% more.
So that's 10% of the difference on top of the difference.
You get the difference back.
Plus 10%.
So how can you go wrong?
Lechmere, you can't go wrong unless you go somewhere else.
But I don't think this team could beat our 86 team in Boston. That's just because Patrick Ewing's not a real center.
I felt that Larry and I developed a very good friendship in Barcelona. You know, he's a lot different than I thought he was. He seemed a lot, very caring. Told a lot of jokes. We developed that Harry and Larry routine. He talked a lot of trash. I just wish. Larry, I wish you were still playing so I could pay you back for all the stuff you were telling me this summer in Barcelona. And I miss you.
I wish I could be there with you tonight on your retirement. I want to congratulate you on a fantastic career. You've had a big impact on my life. Looked up to you all the time and your work ethic. Had a great time with you this summer. It's got to be the highlight of my life to get to spend time with the guy that you looked up to so much. You're the best, and I want to wish you the best in retirement.
Larry, I hear that you're retiring. Thank goodness. I'm glad. I'm tired of seeing your face. Brought a lot of sad memories to me, but I enjoyed you tremendously. I wish you a lot of luck, and I think you had a very wonderful career, even though you probably ruined a lot of my successful games against the Boston Celtics. And I'll see you somewhere along the road, somewhere playing golf.
Well, Larry, it was an honor to play against you. It was an honor to play with you. And I'm just very blessed that I was born in your lifetime so I can tell my kids I played against one of the greatest players to ever touch a basketball. Like I said, playing with Larry Bird was a dream come true, one of the highlights of my basketball life. And if it wasn't for him, and Magic Johnson basketball would not be what it is today. So thank you, Larry, for all the money.
One last time, folks. Magic and Larry. before we bring Dave Gavitt back, I don't know how many of you are in a position to see what I've been able to look over at throughout the night. But, Dinah, I have to tell you, I'm envious. I have 2 little kids. And the way that Connor has behaved tonight, in the face of all this hoopla, I mean, this kid is having the time of his life, hasn't shed a tear, running around, peering through the cameras, jumping up and down in his little Celtic pajamas. Very nice. Larry says he takes after his father, very well behaved. We're forgetting some of those
Wouldn't
injections.
you, Will Bob, if your dad owned a Boston Garden, you would behave too and run around.
Now it's a pleasure to welcome back the man who headed up USA men's basketball when he wasn't running the Celtics, Dave Gavitt.
Thank you, Bob. And very quickly, I'd like to ask Russ Granick, the Deputy Commissioner of the NBA, to help me with this little ceremony. Magic, this ceremony is going to be repeated in the Los Angeles Forum on February 14. We got you a ring, and I didn't want to give it to the Lakers because we wanted to give it to you tonight. But I'd like to ask Russ, on behalf of all of us at USA Basketball, to present to Larry a ring specially made by Balfour, emblematic of winners of the gold medal of the 1992 Olympic basketball team, Olympic champion. And Cap, you certainly deserve it. And Magic, it wouldn't have been like it was without you and Larry there.
Introducing a revolutionary new form of antiperspirant protection. Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. Because it's a clear, clean, powerful gel, it goes on smoothly with no white residue to form an invisible barrier of protection. All-day protection against both wetness and odor. New Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. One of the advanced deodorants and antiperspirants in the Gillette series.
Now, a coast-to-coast savings event that only comes once a year. Announcing the National Jeep Sale at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. Buy or lease a 4-wheel drive Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo at special savings. Get $500 cash back when you buy or lease Wrangler. Buy or lease 4-wheel drive Cherokee Sport and get special lease rates and cash back. So hurry in today, because while our vehicles know no limits, our sales do.
See your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest MVP sports store.
Non, 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 je cherche quelque chose de magnifique, d'incroyable, de merveilleux. How about this one? Mais non, petit idiot, je veux qu'elle soit belle et élégante et gaie. What about this one? Oh non, non, non! Mais vous ne comprenez rien? Êtes-vous sourd à la fin? J'exige quelque chose de parfait!
Successful caterers know which service to pick.
Yeah, now you're talking. Why didn't you show me that one in the first place?
Cellular One. It's the one for business. Any business.
Bird the steal in the forecourt, starts to break himself, goes by C-Steve.
pretty pale imitation of Red Auerbach, but you get the idea. This thing isn't even lit. Well, the fellow who has been here for every Celtic championship in one capacity or another, as coach, front office man, guiding light, could not be left out of tonight's ceremony. So let's light up the garden for Red Auerbach.
Light it up one time for Boston, and for Boston, so proud to play on that floor where the colors of candy blue. Light it up, light it up, light it up one time, I say. Even the world, Russell's bird, light it up one more time for you.
And you lit up how many of these? Close to 1,000, right?
A few. A few.
Tell me about the maneuvers involved in landing Larry Bird.
Well, we saw him play. We liked what we saw. We didn't ever think he's going to be this good. After all, how could you figure a guy who is not that quick, can't jump that high, he's a good shooter, but there are a lot of good shooters. Rebounder, average, but there was no way that we could figure about his heart, his ability to be the greatest self-motivated athlete I ever saw, and the fact that he made everybody around him play better. He lifted their game. That was the whole key. He lifted their game to another level. And then another thing. Whoever thought that an athlete such as Larry in that capacity would play hurt? But, you know, I listened tonight to all these things about Larry. And the only thing I didn't like is that they didn't talk about Larry, the man. The guy. He's a man's man. He's a friend of people. He's a very charitable guy. He does all those kind of things. We talk only about his basketball. But I happen to know a lot of things that he has done, and I know will continue to do for people, not only here, but in Indiana. And I'm just proud, very proud, to call him a friend. And the only regret I had is I never coached him.
Come to think of it, wasn't it a deal with the Lakers that set up the pick? Didn't you send Charlie Scott? Now, obviously, this is before Magic showed up. Did you send Charlie Scott off for that pick?
I don't remember.
It doesn't matter. You did it, so as long as it worked out, it doesn't matter.
I remember when we signed Larry Bird, his attorney or agent or whatever gave me a list of perks. Here he was getting all this money. He says, if Larry Bird goes back to school, I want the Celtics to pay the tuition. The guy's getting about $800,000 or more. He wants me to pay $1,500. Then he says if Larry makes the all-rookie team, he should get another $10,000. I said, do I look stupid? I says, we're paying this guy the highest amount any guy got coming out of college. The highest amount. And he won't make the all-rookie team. You gotta be idiots. Well, anyway.
What was he like to negotiate with, even with the agent as a buffer in between?
Well, the last two we sort of did ourselves. We sit down and lie to each other. He was telling me how great he was, and I was telling him how great I was. But the one thing I've always told Red is that, Red, you're getting paid a large sum. You haven't scored one basket since you've been here.
That's true.
Folks,
you know, it would have been fun, though. It would have been fun for me to have coached him. I really felt bad about that. But I will say this. Larry Bird never, ever had a bad word to say about any of the guys that coached him. No matter what happened, or losing streak, or whatever, he never had one word, whether it was Fitch, Casey, Chris Ford, whoever it was. He never had one bad word to say.
I always said it under my breath.
As long as you didn't say it to me.
When I finally put enough cash together for my first car, I didn't want one. I wanted a truck. And the 93 Chevy S10 pickup with the Tahoe package was the only one for me. It ain't no toy truck. It's got a 2.8-liter V6 engine, an AM/FM stereo cassette, rally wheels, and more. And a bed plenty big enough for a tailgate party at a Patriots game. I got all this for around $9 grand. So if you're looking for your first new car, don't. Get a truck.
See the truck more first-time buyers choose at your neighborhood Chevrolet dealer.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anything I've ever seen. Oh, quality shows in the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend. Korean Systems the best. Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
Get into the Boston Celtics this season by watching Sports Channel's Celtics Weekly. Each week, host Mike Gorman will cover the Celtics with the highlights and interviews that get you closer to the action. Willie May reports on the players and finds out about the personalities behind the team. Plus, there's interviews with the people who make a difference. Nobody has Boston Celtics then Sports Channel at Celtics Weekly. Tune in every Monday night at 7:30 for Celtics Weekly, right here on Sports Channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, just off to Red's right, obviously, is a painting which we're about to present to Larry Bird, and it is done by the man who has chronicled the last who knows how many years, more than a generation in sports in his own distinctive fashion. And before we unveil this painting, let's bring the artist to the stage. Say hello to Leroy Neiman.
Look at the cigar.
Red and Leroy, do the honors.
Isn't that beautiful?
Now, folks, there's a limited edition of 1,033 prints of this painting. Larry is signing and numbering all the prints. All net proceeds will go to charity. The prints are available on the way out of the garden tonight or by calling the Celtics office. Leroy, thanks for lending your talents to the evening. Red.
There's 1,032. I bought the first one.
And now it's time, folks, for the moment that will nearly cap the evening before we hear one last time from Larry Bird. Time to raise the banner to the garden rafters. I'd like to ask Dinah and Connor to come back to the stage, please. And if Connor doesn't remember this firsthand, at least he'll have pictures when he gets older of him up here with his dad as he joins Walter Brown and Red Auerbach and Bill Russell, JoJo White, Bob Cousy, Tom Heinsohn, Satch Sanders, John Havlicek, Dave Cowens, Don Nelson, Bill Sharman, Easy Ed McCauley, Frank Ramsey, Sam Jones, Casey Jones, Jim Loscutoff, and appropriately, on this occasion, Dennis Johnson.
Try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. Looking for change, looking for pain, pulling a mob, pushing a train. I'll never stop, stick to a lane, pick up the pieces and go rearrange. I'll be the best above all the rest, put me to the test and expect nothing less, your check is I'm chess, what's happening next, yeah. He got the venom, a tangible weapon, no coming in second. This life is a lesson, he got a new engine from pain, it's a blessing. New focus, no guessing, just bold and obsession. All in his possession, you got their attention. I'll leave an impression and take your redemption. Just kill, no discretion, your mind is a weapon. 11-11, it's time for progression, You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. People like sheep move feet, hurt it easy. You don't wanna be fast asleep when they're scheming. Better stand tall, ready for a fight, believe me. When they try the chains, you can say no, free me. So he's been looking for somebody who could save him, instead of searching inside for what they gave him. A strong will, strong mind causes mayhem. We could change the world, change times, rearrange them. Staying on pace, running the race. Life is a chase, I don't want a place. I wanna be first, work till it hurts. Dehydrated thirst till I'm in a hearse.
Ladies and gentlemen, number 33,
Thank you. Thank you very much. 13 years ago, when I loaded up the car and headed to Boston, I really had no idea what I was getting myself into. I thought I would come in front of you and play in front of about 10,000 people, do my job, go home, come back the next night, and repeat it. I've been very fortunate over the years. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make me cry, and you probably will. I've been very blessed over the years. I played with some of the greatest players that ever played the basketball game. I had an opportunity to play with Robert Parrish. I had a chance to play with Kevin McHale. I had a chance to play with Tiny Archibald, Cedric Maxwell, and Dennis Johnson, and more and more and more. Yes, I'm going to miss playing for the Boston Celtics because I was very proud to play for the Boston Celtics. I never put on a uniform to go play a game. I put on a uniform to win. I was taught to win. I was taught to win, and I was taught to be proud. I was taught to hold my head up high. When you lose, you hold your head low. You try to motivate yourself for the next game. Yes, I'm going to miss running the pick and roll with Robert Parrish. I'm going to miss throwing the ball down low to Kevin McHale and watch him do his work. See, them guys took all the pressure off me. If I couldn't get the shot off, all I had to do is go to them. Yes, I'm going to miss playing with DJ, the backdoor pass, cutting on the basket for the easy layup. But most of all, believe it or not, I'm going to miss the fans of Boston and the people of Boston. Because, like Magic said, he said, you made me take my game to another level. But can you imagine being on the parquet floor down here for the greatest organization in the world and having 15,000 people out chanting Larry, Larry, Larry? Now, don't you think that would make you proud? So I knew when I got here, after the first few games, that you demanded this team of ours and this organization to start winning championships. We knew that, the players knew that, and most of all, our opponents knew that. We did our best to win not only games every night, but championships. I always felt we had enough talent to win 5 while I was here. Unfortunately, Magic got in the way in 2 of them. But you made me in 1986, in the 6th game against Houston, reach a high that I was always chasing. A basketball feeling that I didn't think I could ever attain. Of course, I've been up for games. I've been sky high. But I never concentrated on one game like the game in '86. If you can remember walking, when we came out of that tunnel there, in '86, come on. Came out of that tunnel there, and the fans were standing. They smelled blood. They wanted us to win a championship. And I knew that, and I played, to me, the best game that I ever played, is because I got that extra boost from the fans. In when I found out the team wanted me to be their captain, their leader, I came and asked you, the fans, many times to get us over the hump. We knew you wanted to win just as bad as we did, but your voice, your excitement brought everybody to that level that we needed to get over the hump. We talk about the '84 game when it was hot in here. The Celtics, it wasn't that hot. It's only hot when you're playing in the other opponent's building. I thought that night was a game that was a must-win. And again, we called for your help, and you gave it to me. Gave it to all of us. So tonight I leave. I leave basketball forever. I leave a game that I loved. Sorry, but I'm gone. I'm history. I dedicated my life to basketball, and I dedicated my life to the Boston Celtics. I dedicated my life to the fans of Boston. I tried to play through pain that I thought that I would never be able to get out of bed. I don't want no sympathy. I just want to know what you meant to me as a player. I did my very best to please each and every one of you. I know it was tough at times, but my job as a player was to win basketballs and championships for you. And I did it, but I didn't do it enough. But tonight I leave you and I say thank you. I'll be around, but tonight my basketball career is officially over, and I had a blast. I want to thank Magic Johnson for helping me to develop a game that I've always... I think it's very ironic that we both came in the same year, go out the same year, go to the Hall of Fame in the same year. We've both been blessed. We've been very honored to play for the Celtics and him for the Lakers. But I leave tonight, and all I can say is thanks. Looking out here tonight and seeing all these people in here makes you feel like you're on top of the world. See, I'm a proud individual anyway, but I'm also proud to be playing for the best organization that has ever assembled. And thank you, Red Auerbach. Thank you so much. So, I say good night, Boston, and may God bless each and every one of you. Good night.
BP's research and testing tends to leave an impression on most visitors.
Fourth floor, aviation fuel research. Sixth floor, marine fuel testing.
And we put this research to use in a very practical place, your local BP station.
Pizza for Todd King. Top floor. Top floor, space research.
BP, on the move.
Right now, McDonald's is making every month more interesting. How? By offering you the big taste of a different burger every month. And we're calling it Burger of the Month. This month, it's the double quarter pounder with cheese. a half pound of 100% pure beef taste. Enjoy one today in an extra value meal with the Coke Classic. So hurry on down to McDonald's for your burger of the month. And next month, there'll be another delicious one waiting. See you then. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
In Newton, my friends call me the bargain hunter. I picked up $500 designer outfits for $100. So after I looked around, and I really looked, I found an incredible value. The 1993 Geo Prism. It looks like a baby Lexus. It's got a quiet interior, standard driver's side airbag, and more. The price? Starting at only $9,995. It's a lot of car for the money. Hey, it's all in knowing where to shop.
Get to know the newest Geo today at your neighborhood Chevrolet Geo dealer.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest Olympia sports store.
Welcome back to our special tribute to Larry Bird here on Sports Channel. I'm Mike Gorman. We have had a full night, and there is still a lot to go. We've had a chance to see Larry back at his retirement press conference at his night when number 33 was raised to the Garden rafters. But we at Sports Channel couldn't let a night go by without showing you Larry Bird playing a little bit of basketball. And what better game to bring you than his final game at the Boston Garden. It came against the Cleveland Cavaliers in the playoffs, Game 6. Coming up, the Celtics and the Cavaliers, Larry Bird's last game at the Boston Garden.
Well, Larry Bird starting is a big, big situation emotionally for this ball club now.
Got to play all the cards tonight, right?
Got to play all the cards, and I hate to say this, should the Celtics lose, it may be the last time these people will ever see Larry Bird, but I think Larry Bird is pumped to the hilt right now in order to produce. I think he felt fairly effective in the last ball game. The first one he was just that he played in, he was just trying to get his feet underneath him and fit in. But this game could be directly placed in his hands if he's able to deliver it the way Larry Bird has been known to deliver in the past. The Cavs could be history in this game. And you can see how nervous Larry is right now with those little huffs and puffs. But the guys that really have to produce are Kevin McHale coming off the bench, and Ed Pinckney coming off the bench right now is going to be a +2, because when Bird was coming off the bench and was matched up with McHale and Parrish, they had a very, very slow front line and couldn't defend the quickness on the fast break of the very quick Nance and Williams. So a good adjustment by Chris Ford, plus the emotional lift that Bird may provide early in this ball game.
Do the Celtics need to get physical with this club early in this first quarter?
Why not? Will they? I don't know. That's not their style, really, so it would be unusual. But they do have a lot of people that tend to play, I would think, and they have a lot of fouls to give.
Trap is controlled by Robert Parrish, and they're underway. Mark Price is going to jump out on Bagley. Nance has got Bird into Parrish. Reach in foul immediately. And Brad Daugherty gets 10 seconds into the game.
Well, they're trying to establish what they're going to allow in the low post early. That's a good sign when officials do that.
Written in for the New York Times.
Slip by. So Bird trying to make it happen with other people.
Elo on a wing covered by Lewis. To Nance on the baseline. They clear it out for Nance. Double by Reggie. Sanders loses it. Bagley's got it. To Gamble. Into Bird. Missed it. Rebound, Reggie. Off to Sanders.
Well, they utilized that mismatch. Bagley was forced to pick up Elo on that, pick up the court.
Bird pops out high. Looking at Gamble on a cut, and Gamble got two.
First man off the pick on the baseline was wide open that time. Bird going to be the playmaker, it looks like.
side, Doherty, and Parrish picks up his first foul.
Well, there it is. They're going to go both ways. As the Chief fighting for the position, nothing unusual there. We've seen that a million times, but they call it right away. Not a bad idea.
Chief jumps out. Knocked out of bounds by Bird.
Celts a little slow in their rotation, but Larry got his hand up in the passing lane. That saved a possible hard drive to the hoop by Nance.
Sanders.
They have not used that matchup an awful lot.
Tied at 4. Staying out at the high post. Into Parrish. Lets Reggie go by. Robert wants it. Doesn't get a call. Rebound Doherty.
Well, it just looks like they're going to call him on the box. That'll be it.
Price for 2.
Boy, you just must pick him up at half court and slow him down and not let him get into a shooting range.
Baggs weaving his way to Reggie. Got it.
As many problems as Price presents for the Celtics, Bagley does the same thing against the Cavs.
Gamble, good jump out, but a foul is called. First on Kevin, second on the team. 9:23 to go first quarter.
That time, Gamble gave him great rotation.
Inside Nance. Over Bird. Rebound Gamble.
Good defense that time by Bird. Forced Nance to a tough shot.
Bird in the lane. Left-handed.
That defensive play pumped Bird up.
Mark Price, the dish. Elo swallowed up. Doherty for 2.
Fifth man up. Very alert to people coming up behind the penetration.
The dish. Bird fakes it. Underneath Bagley, trying to leave it, picked off Doherty, and Baggs got the last handoff.
Baggs was about to be swallowed up by a shot blocker while he was in the air. See Bird, though, really looking to pass.
Sanders, quick shot. Bird the rebound. Larry will bring it up himself. Nance awaits him. Screen from Parrish. Bounce pass. Robert for 2. The assist to Bird. His 3rd.
Bird is going to be in this ball game until that pink skin turns pure white.
Reggie right back trying to dish it. Parrish tracks it down. Bird now just coming into the offensive end, and Baggs hits a jump shot.
Great look to get that ball up the court and put the heat on the Cavs defense.
All 5 of the Celtics have scored. Foul on Bagley outside. It's 3 on Boston, still just 1 on Cleveland. Reggie's got Elo. Doherty trying to shake himself free of Parrish and can't. Now he has to go out. Nance instead in the post. Back to Doherty. Over Bird, who picks up the foul.
Well, Bird read the play perfectly and tried to pick up the offensive foul. You see now they go to Nance, and the Chief doubles him to help protect Bird down there. Good pass by Nance, and there's Bird right in there. That might have been a no call, but Doherty would have been right there for the putback anyway.
Doherty, the highest scoring center in the playoffs this year. Patrick Ewing's at about 23 points a game.
This is what I was talking about earlier, Mike, the confidence of these Cavs. They have not been rattled by any of the emotion that's been displayed here at the Boston Garden so far.
Certainly haven't been rattled in the first 4.5 minutes of this one. Reggie looks, gets it back, puts it on the floor. Tough shot.
That was a good call, too, because they've been using Reggie and abusing him at the waistline with their hands on him. And in this series, they have not called it. But watch Sanders now with the hands at the waistline. Look at the little push, and at the last minute just knocks him off the shot. Most of these other officials have not been calling that type of play in the series. So maybe we'll get one of those well-officiated games that we've been hoping for in the playoffs.
Lewis with 4, Celtics by 3, 7:10 to go in the first. Sanders comes to the ball. Oh, Doherty wide open, and then lost it on the way up. Up to Bird. Bounces off Elo to Parrish for 2.
Bird at his best. And the Chief trying to rectify what happened in Game 5 in Cleveland.
Parrish with 6. John Williams is going to come in early off the Cleveland bench. Doherty knocked away by Gamble. Up to Lewis. Reg for 2.
Buick LeSabre, the hottest selling full-size car in America. Chrysler, Ford, any of the imports would love to have their name on it. Now, get a loaded LeSabre for $1,500 less than Grand Marquis. What'll it be, a Ford or a Buick? Buick, with one of the highest customer loyalties on earth. Buick is leading the way. Come into your key Buick dealers of New England now for the excellence of our cars and our service.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anything I've ever seen. Oh, quality shows in the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend. Night Korean systems the best.
Commitment to running. There's 3 zips and 2 zaps. The zips do the rebounding this time, and the zaps do the running. Here comes Bird looking behind to see the Chief coming up right down the middle of the court. So great commitment by everybody to help each other out. And Bird has gotten this team off and going early.
Celtics a 5-2 edge off the glass, and that's got John Williams into the Cleveland lineup.
Gamble ends up with Nance.
Big front line Cleveland's got on the floor right now. Nance has to dish it out. Loose, Williams to Doherty. Makes it as the shot clock goes on.
Robert Parrish has to drift a little bit off Doherty to protect against any kind of penetration against Gamble or Bird.
Williams now covering Bird, who's looking for a cutter, finds Gamble. Bird continues to pile up the assists, 5 to this point.
That's the flip side of that matchup. They will not be able to get through the picks to get to Gamble.
John Williams wants to take Bird. Rebound to Lewis.
They're all blocking out, and Reggie's doing a great job on the boards.
Bird looking inside at the Chief. Rob it to the hole! Points for Parrish, 6 assists for Bird. Rebound to Reggie. Bags in the middle, up to Bird. Wants it. Got it!
It's Bird basketball. No question about it here. What a move by Chris Ford. It's paying off.
The Celtics a 12-2 run. Price misses. Rebound Bird. Reggie to Gamble to Bags. Yes! Another timeout for Cleveland.
look at the last basket by the Celtics as they are coming to play and then some. Bird in control. Reggie's going to take it hard to the hoop. Reads the shot blocker. They swing it beautifully to Baggs, the open man, and it's a complete drill job by Baggs.
For Boston Celtic fans, nothing beats the clean, crisp, cold taste of the king of beers, and that's Budweiser. Nothing beats a Bud, especially not in this quarter. The Celtics shooting 80. Yes, he said 80%.
Well, one wonders if they're able to continue that, but Bird's passing is producing tremendous emotion in this game.
Williams in traffic. See who the foul is going to go on.
You know, every once in a while, I'd like to see when we go down and I say we. Watch this now. There's 4 people down in there, and they're on the ball. The Celtics can make a block occasionally.
Bird was given the foul, his second. At the line, John Williams. First point of the night for Williams off the bench. Celtics by a dozen.
But you see what their strategy was on that last play is come out of the huddle and go at Bird to tire him out. They know that perhaps he's not in the best of condition, and he has really pushed himself early here.
Bagley on a wing gets a screen from Gamble. Price goes around it. Bird. Parrish comes out to set a little pick. Larry, the dish to Baggs.
When it's going your way, things like that happen. The pick and roll of Parrish ends up in Bagley's hand. Wow.
The Cavs now trying to weather the storm. Rebound to Bird. Up to Baggs. 4th rebound for Larry. Bird for 3. Rebound Elo. Price buries a 3-pointer.
And Baggs was right there. Price has got ice water.
Great player. A great player. Reggie gets his own rebound. Rebound to Doherty, though.
Now, Reggie went through 4 players that time and no whistle.
Bryce nearly threw it in off the bump from Reggie Lewis. He'll go to the free throw line. On Reggie, his first, and the Celtics over the limit. Lenny Wilkins and Craig Elo, who had such a great game on Wednesday night. 20 points and a career-high 13 assists for Elo.
Now Cleveland has settled down, and boy, the Celtics just threw a comet at them.
He sure did.
Would have exploded the universe. That's what I mean by confidence. It's a ball club that said, hey, we're on the road. We knew they were going to come out tough, and they're hanging tough. You couldn't play much better than the Celtics are doing right now.
Bird takes it. Back rims it. Rebound to Nance, and the Cavs, having taken a great shot on the chin from the Celtics, can get to within 6. Bird is just 2 of 5 from the field. Elo rejected by Lewis. Baggs is 4-on-1. Boston by 10. Price pops out, looking inside for Nance, fronted by Gamble. Doherty, stripped by Lewis. The Celtics are 4-on-2. Rebound to Reggie.
Celtics really running Mike off everything, rebounds included, and the first substitution for the Celtics will be Eddie Pinckney.
Nance for 2. The first 2 points of the game for Nance come 10 minutes into it.
He came rolling off that little pin down right to the basket and had a clear shot to the basket.
1:35 to to go in the first quarter. Celtics by 10 in the ball. Bird wants it. I think he knows he's coming out. Bags for three. Williams gets it ahead to Elo. Now Price. Mark Price. Underneath Williams. Good dish. Nance misses it. Rebound Parrish.
That's what the Chief needs to do. And if they don't have the good up quick, they ought to start looking inside to Robert Parrish.
Celtics take a timeout. 1:06 to go in the first. They're up 10.
Right now, McDonald's is making something special for you every month. A burger above and beyond what's already on our menu. And it'll be big on taste. It's called McDonald's Burger of the Month. This month, get the mouth-watering double quarter pounder with cheese. A half pound of 100% pure beef piled high on a sesame seed bun. As for the next Burger of the Month, we'll be making it equally delicious. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
Boston by 10. Larry Bird on the bench right now. Larry Bird has 7 of those 13 assists for the Celtics.
And they have been dramatically lagging in that department. You know, all week long we've been hearing about Bird destroying the chemistry at his ball club. Larry Bird brought his own chemistry to this team.
Bagley's pass is picked off. Here comes Price. Sanders loses it. Nice play by Gamble. Up to Reggie, streaking, and a bump is going to be called on Price.
Well, the Celtics spread out, and Bagley with his head up immediately finds the open Reggie Lewis, and there is Price grabbing Lewis's jersey. That's the Cleveland version of the hard foul.
Joe Klein will come in for Robert Parrish.
And the Chief has come back with vengeance tonight, as he had a woeful game Wednesday.
Celtics by a dozen. Sanders gets his own rebound. Rebound and Klein. Celtics can take the final shot, up a dozen. Reggie pops out. He's going to take Sanders. They clear it out. Price on the double. Reggie goes anyway. Doesn't get the roll. Rebound Elo. And Elo doesn't get it off. We have played one in Game 6, and Boston leads by 12.
Now, a coast-to-coast savings event that only comes once a year. Announcing the National Jeep Sale at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. Buy or lease a four-wheel drive Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with special savings. Get $500 cash back when you buy or lease Wrangler. Buy or lease four-wheel drive Cherokee Sport and get special lease rates and cash back. So hurry in today, because while our vehicles know no limits, our sales do.
See your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest MVP Sports Store.
A look at the Boston Garden from the outside, a scene that you should drink in every time you drive by, because it won't be there that much longer. As we look behind the old garden to where the new garden construction has begun on the MBTA station down below. The new garden to come on top. And in a few years, we will no longer be sitting in the overhang. I don't know where they're going to sit us yet, Tom. Have you heard that?
Let's put our vote in now.
Yeah. Somebody said up higher and back further.
Larry Bird, before was hoping to have his indomitable playoff personality imprinted on this game early. That happened.
Terrell Brandon into the game, gets it down low to Williams, covered by McHale. Out to Elo, now Sanders. Into Doherty. On a cut, Sanders for two.
Slow rotation by McHale, as Doherty, when you double him, is a very fine passer.
Celtics have Klein, McHale, Lewis, Pinckney, and Bagley on the floor. Eddie Pinckney.
Great look by Bagley, and a significant move to keep Bagley in the ball game right now against Terrell Brandon, as Bird is on the bench, and they need Bagley to run this offense.
Williams needs some help. Brandon comes out. Brandon has been hot in this series. Misses that one. Rebound, McHale. Baggs looking. Baggs nearly lost it, then did. Up to Sanders. McHale's got them all. And Sanders gets two. (36-26). D. Brown will be coming in next whistle. Reggie pops out. Rebound of Williams. Good position on McHale. Brandon. Williams. The crowd wants an offensive foul. They're not going to get it.
There's a kick out from Brandon, as they're really testing Bagley right now. Here comes Williams. That's a good call, as McHale was moving his feet all the way. So D. Brown will get the charge to run this ball game and make sure the ball gets delivered to the right matchup, in addition to trying to score his own points and run the fast break. Lots of heady stuff for D. Brown, who has had his problems running the team because he missed so much time with those injuries.
6-2 start for the Cavs to begin the second quarter. McHale touching it first time. Double from Brandon. D. Brown strip, gets it back. 6 on the shot clock. Reggie to an open Joe Klein. Big shot.
They are gambling off of Joe Klein every time. He is a target.
Celtics were down to 1 on the shot clock. Elo pops out. Makes it. 6 for Elo. Double team on D. Brown. Now Sanders backs off. Reggie, little screen from McHale. McHale fighting with Williams. Celtics trying to get Kevin on track. He throws it up and gets fouled. Brandon got the worst of it, but also got the foul.
Believe it or not, they've been doing that for the last 3 games on Kevin McHale, and McHale has been getting to the line precious few times. But it seems that Brandon, the rookie, will draw the foul. And I note rookie.
Here comes Larry Nance back in the ball game, and Brad Doherty will get a rest. So it is Nance, Williams, and Sanders up front now for the Cavs. Elo and Brandon the backcourt. McHale 1 of 2 at the strike. First point for Kevin tonight. Celtics by 9. Brandon wants to take D. Brown. Blocked by Eddie Pinckney. 5 on the shot clock. Elo draws a foul.
take a look at the block as he gets into the paint, and the Celts are all down there. And there is Eddie Pinckney, who's giving great help off Sanders.
Bird and Gamble are going to come back in. Reggie Lewis gets his first rest of the night with 9:02 to go in the half. Joe Klein also sits down. So Kevin McHale, the center right now.
But they are still very quick up front. And this is a team that used that advantage very effectively in the third quarter to help blow that game open in Cleveland. But Brandon is perhaps not Mark Price, delivering the ball on the fast break.
Gamble looking inside. McHale the fake. Back rims it. Rebound to Nance.
As soon as he put it on the floor, the double developed.
Sanders to a cutting Brandon. It's a 5-point game. Brown back to Bird. Brown misses. Rebound to Elo.
Well, they putting a body on Eddie Pinckney. They're just holding him.
A 10-3 run by the Cavs. They're down 5. 8 on the shot clock. Elo misses a 3, but Sanders takes the rebound from Bird. Brandon again. Rebound to Larry. Up to Gamble.
With this team, the Celtics not really going to be able to run that effectively.
McHale again. Spins. Tries to come back the other way. Nance was waiting for him, but a foul is called.
And Kevin McHale will be the prime target if they do not get the ball up for a layup. You watch now, as soon as Kevin gets the ball delivered, puts it on the floor, that's when the double starts to happen. Good up fake that time, causes the foul as Nance left the ground. Now, this man must start delivering down there because he will be the offense. They will get precious few fast break opportunities. And Kevin McHale, we all know, has been one of the premier low post players.
Bird's layup won't go down. Nance rips down the rebound.
Lenny Wilkins right now, you got to be saying, wow, what a first quarter they played against us, and we're only 6 down.
Celtics off the strip. D. Brown, the crossover, finger roll, followed by McHale. .7:02 to go in the first half. The lead is 8.
In Newton, my friends call me the bargain hunter. I picked up $500 designer outfits for $100. So after I looked around, and I really looked, I found an incredible value. The 1993 Geo Prism. It looks like a baby Lexus. It's got a quiet interior, standard driver's side airbag, and more. The price? Starting at only $9,995. It's a lot of car for the money. Hey, it's all in knowing where to shop.
Get to know the newest Geo today at your neighborhood Chevrolet Geo dealer.
Uno means number 1 in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number 1 in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number 1.
Celtics are letting it all hang out. You're going to see right now Kevin McHale right here after the strip will just bust his gut to come up the court to get involved in the fast break opportunity. You watch him right now in the middle of your screen as D. Brown sizing up who's back there. Goes to the left hand, but McHale in perfect rebound position to save the 2. That's running hard. That's a tough run for Kevin McHale.
Knocks it down to McHale.
Great hustle by D. Brown as the Cavs gave up on that play.
Sure did. Terrell Brandon did. Terrell's going to hear about that from Lenny Wilkins. John Battle in the game. Battle.
He is a marvel.
He can be a real problem, too.
He was almost lateral that time when he took that shot.
McHale, little screen for Bird. Larry behind the back and buries it.
All he needed was a little rest. And it appears right now they don't believe Larry's got that outside shot, and they both backed off him and dared him to shoot.
7 straight for the Celtics to get back up to a 10-point lead. Battle. Trying to get the hot hand. Double pump job, and he drew a foul.
I don't know. Celtics play this beautifully. As Battle gets into the paint, they cover him. I don't know if anybody hit him or didn't hit him or...
Eddie Pinckney, the culprit, according to Ed Rush. John Battle has been very quiet in this series, and I think the Celtics would like that to be what they're writing about him next week at this time. Mark Price is back in. Brandon is out. Nance is up on Bird. Battle has got Gamble on a cut to D. Brown. Nice move.
Well, he slithered that left hand shot through. Got the reaction time down of the bigger player.
Brad Daugherty and Ed Pinckney goes in and takes a hard foul.
Great help by Eddie Pinckney, boy. And as Joe Klein got off the bench to whip a towel on Eddie because the hard rush by McHale as he rushes at Daugherty on the fake takes himself completely out of the play, and there's Eddie saving 2.
Those are the fouls the Celtics weren't taking. At least the other night in Cleveland they weren't. Daugherty makes the first. Robert Parrish comes in. Pinckney goes out.
Well, now it's 3 zaps against 3 zaps. And Mark Price is in the ball game, and the speed advantage now goes to Cleveland. As I mentioned before, Cleveland used those wing people, Daugherty, Nance, and Williams, to really break the game open in the 3rd quarter.
McHale's got Nance to double from Battle. Kevin takes it anyway. 8 points now for McHale off the bench. 4:50 to go first half. Price. That's all. Come on. Oh. Oh, my goodness.
I'll tell you, no breaks tonight. That wasn't even a question.
No, that wasn't. McHale hits again. Goes Battle. Rejected by Gamble. Celtics a 3-on-2. Bird. Yes!
At BP, we've just released a brand new choice in gasoline. A gasoline with the improved level of 93 octane. For some cars, that could mean better performance. And like all BP gasolines, Super keeps your entire fuel system clean and free of dirt and deposits. BP's newest choice in quality gasolines, 93 octane Super. We've released it to our stations. Now release it in your car. BP, on the move.
Right now, McDonald's is making something special for you every month. A burger above and beyond what's already on our menu. And it'll be big on taste. It's called McDonald's Burger of the Month. This month, get the mouth-watering double quarter pounder with cheese, a half pound of 100% pure beef piled high on a sesame seed bun. As for the next burger of the month, we'll be making it equally delicious. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anything I've ever seen. Oh, quality shows in the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend.
Well, you're thinking about where to get sneakers. Think about this. We took all the sneakers from just one Bob's store and put a pair on every seat. And filled Fenway Park! Hey, you get the picture? For men's, ladies, and kids' sneakers at excellent prices. Just do what the music tells you.
Let's go down to Bob's.
Going to see a great defensive play coming up by Kevin Gamble, and then with great effort he creates an opening for Bird. Has the pickup of a loose ball by D. Brown. He's reading the defense. You see Gamble takes that lone defender away, and that opens up the alley for Bird. So great hustle play at both ends of the court by Kevin Gamble, and a good read to create the easy two for Bird by D. Brown. There's the block shots. Celts out blocking the Cavs.
Just the opposite was true on Wednesday night.
This man destroyed the Celtics from the perimeter the last time he was here at the Garden.
54-44, and we've got 3:40 to play first half. Williams chasing Bird, gets a hand on it, but it gets to McHale anyway. McHale with 12 here in the second quarter after a slow start.
Single coverage that time, and McHale smelled it out.
Larry Nance short. Williams sneaks in for a rebound. And Robin Parrish denying Nance the basket. The second on Robin.
You're going to see the pass inside, and there's the Chief saying, I'm challenging everything tonight. I don't care if I foul out or not. And he gives the blow. But Bird went up to challenge the outside shot and then headed up the court. That left the gut of the Celtics defense wide open, and Parrish, the goaltender, almost came up with a great play.
56-46 as we approach the 3-minute mark. Brown, nice catch, gets it to Gamble. Dishes from McHale. Spins by Battle.
He's got it going now. And when he gets it going, it's tough to shut him off.
14 from McHale as Price misses outside. Williams for two.
Just a long rebound off that miss. Produced two as McHale had great position on a normal rebound.
Bird leaves it for McHale. Gets pushed into him by Williams, and Williams and Bird.
Now they're pretty nifty with their pushing and shoving underneath. And Bird had enough of it. Now that should be up to the officials. We've been talking about it here in the first half. And Bird has been around long enough to know if you're not going to call it, I'm going to draw it to your attention. He did that and then some. Let's take a look at it. As the hand checking. Now you see him set the pick. And he's just pushing Bird all over the place. No whistle until Bird goes back at him. Now that's what the problem is. That should have been a whistle to begin with, and then there wouldn't have been any problem.
stays at 12. Elo, short, rebound. D. Brown can't save it.
Went to play for UB Brown.
UB Brown and Cosmo. Cosmo, you okay? Hope so. A lot of coke on the table down there, though. Doherty misses. The tip goes down, though. Give it to Williams.
McHale has great difficulties on his leap because of that bad foot, and he can get overpowered by a leaper, and that's what happened that time.
D. Brown, tough shot. Gamble saves the rebound. Kevin goes baseline. Can't get it up on the other side. Tips it to D. Brown. Left for Gamble. Rebound and Nance. Elo for three. Elo in double figures with 11. The first Cav to get there. It's a 7-point game with a minute to go. Parrish wants it. 5 on the shot clock. Robert in and out. Rebound Elo. McHale almost had his uniform taken off underneath. Elo again. Rebound McHale. Up to Bird. Into Gamble. Got it. 6 for Kevin Gamble. 10 assists for Larry Bird. On the shot clock. Rebound, D. Brown. Celts can get a shot. Up to Gamble. Over to Bird. D. Brown's tip doesn't go down. And the Celtics lead by 9. We're at the half. It's 62 to 53. Celtics have got the lead.
In Newton, my friends call me the bargain hunter. I picked up $500 designer outfits for $100. So after I looked around, and I really looked, I found an incredible value. The 1993 Geo Prism. It looks like a baby Lexus. It's got a quiet interior, standard driver's side airbag, and more. The price? Starting at only $9,995. It's a lot of car for the money. Hey, it's all in knowing where to shop.
Get to know the newest Geo today at your neighborhood Chevrolet Geo dealer.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
Back at the Boston Garden, Mike Gorman, Tom Heinsohn as we get ready for second half action. The Celtics up by 9, 62-53. And Tom, you've had a chance to check out that stat sheet. What jumps out at you there?
Well, as been going on in this series, 16 free throws to 9 in favor of Cleveland. They're rebounding one edge for the Celtics, but the addition of Bird has brought the pass back into this game. He has 10 assists to give the Celtics 21 for that first half. That's big time passing, and that enabled them to get their running game going. So they took more shots, and they even shot better than Cleveland. And also Brad Doherty only took 4 field goal attempts in that first half.
Brett Auerbach along with Don Gaston and Jan Volk downstairs. Have to like what they see and hope that the Celtics can repeat in the second 24 what they did in the first. It'll be Cavalier ball to start the third. Mark Price, John Williams, Craig Elo, Larry Nance, and Brad Doherty already fighting with Parrish, who steps in front for the steal. In the middle, Gamble. Now the Celtics will set Bird at that high post where he's been all night. Looking for Lewis coming through. Finds him.
And I'll tell you, just waited until the perfect instant to deliver the pass.
He did. He just waited and waited. Bird battling with Williams. Williams out of bounds. The Cavs turn it over.
Well, this is a good time in order to bump the lead up right now as the Cavs look a little confused.
Gamble this time popping out. Inside, Gamble!
Playing little games off that one pick by Parrish and completely disrupted their defensive scheme. So much so they want timeout.
Boston by 13, 66-53. Nothing beats the excitements of the Celtics, especially tonight. Nothing beats the distinctively clean, crisp, cold taste of a Budweiser any night. Nothing beats a Bud.
You watch basketball brains in operation now, right of your screen, as Kevin Gamble goes underneath that pick, and Doherty, unsure of whether he should stay with Parrish or not, allows Gamble to get free underneath. So Bird, using his tremendous experience on that type of play, and makes it pay off with an easy 2.
16-2, Boston, when they get a hold of a loose ball. Williams nearly turned it over. Yeah, I like this right here. I would encourage John Williams to try to do that, even though he hits the turnaround.
Well, it's taken Doherty out of the game as they've made Bird the target instead of Robert Parrish.
Baggs leaves it. Bird. Got it.
Boy, he just fingered that one. Had plenty of time to get the shot off.
14 points, 12 assists. Mark Price. It's one of the few times tonight that a Cavalier has been able to go down the lane relatively untouched.
Well, that's not such a bad sign because the Celtics are playing Price, and I think their scheme now is to play Price for the pass. And I believe that's the way you should play Price.
Bird again. Takes it. Rebound. Williams has got it off the tip. Doherty's got Reggie Lewis in a switch, and Bird comes over to knock the pass out of bounds.
Well, that was a definite mismatch, but the recognition time it took Cavaliers to see it, not impressive. They've been much better at that type of situation in Cleveland.
Price again. Hits off the glass.
That is a tough shot.
11 for Price, 4 here in the third, 68-59. 9:25 to go in the third. They've got Elo for a foul.
You know, that's the first time in this series, the second time in this series I've seen that play called, and that's been going on the entire series.
Nobody for Cleveland has more than one foul. Loose ball, and Gamble hustles to it. Celtics are down to 15 on the shot clock. Reggie's going to take Elo. Baggs trying to keep it alive, and Elo lost it on the sideline.
Those are the type of plays that the Celtics now have to jump on. Those are the type of plays you don't expect in the playoffs, as that should have been a clear possession and just mishandled. You get breaks like that, you got to really make them pay for it.
Parrish coming out to screen for Bird. Into Robert. Wants to go on Doherty. Rebound to Williams.
Well, with the Chief shooting and Bird passing, that leaves the Zips on the board, and they're going to get outgunned there.
John Williams, an offensive board. The Cavs haven't had many tonight. to Williams. Out to Price for three.
What a nifty player.
14 for Price. The Celtics take a timeout. It's a 6-point game.
We know, we see all the men you have to be, just how much you give, all the lives you live, we'll be there. We understand all it means to be a man. We're showing you the way to get better every day. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Gillette sensor technology revolutionized shaving. Now we're introducing the Gillette series, a line of high-performance shaving, aftershave, and deodorant products with an exhilarating new fragrance to help every man look, feel, and be his best.
So you're the best you can be for all the world to see. Gillette, the best a man can get.
The Gillette series, together with Gillette Sensor, is redefining men's grooming.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest Olympia sports store.
And how are we today? Oh, busy, yeah? Tell me about it. Have you been flossing? Well, rubber tipping's not a substitute for flossing. You have to make the time, at least twice a day. You know the drill. Sorry, just a little dentist humor there.
How does a dentist keep the conversation going?
You're fine. You're all set.
Cellular One. It's the one for business. Any business.
Cleveland's a very smart basketball team. You're going to see the mismatch developing. They go to it. Bird creates the double now. And you see they pick out the right man, Price, as Bagley had to sink back in to protect against the roll man going down the lane. And Price, with his great outside shooting ability, made him pay. When you bring him to the ball off a double or Elo, you really have created a problem because they are shooting lights out from that three-point line.
John Williams asserting himself. Bird open. Missed it. Parrish an offensive board. Larry back to the Chiefs. And Robert gets a foul. Nance trying to claim an offensive foul on Parrish. That's two on Nance, the first Cavalier.
Well, they're so surprised that somebody's blowing a whistle on him that... I mean, the Celtics have been going inside, taking the ball to the hoop, and it's incredible to me that the Celtics aren't at least close to even at the free throw line. They've been driving to the basket more than Cleveland.
Interesting, Tom. Only Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, and Dennis Johnson have played in more playoff games than Robert Parrish. I wouldn't have known that. And he comes up with the steal. Gamble.
Well, the Chiefs' feet and head are in this ball game.
He's got a dozen. Celtics lead again by 10. Price finally missed one. Bags. Celtics are 3-on-1. And Price gives the foul. Tom, the Celtics have had, that I can remember, at least 3 3-on-1s, 1 4-on-1. They didn't have many of those at all in the first.
Well, Bird and everybody else will keep running, and Bird we have talked about many times as a great outlet man, but Bagley is so important in the scheme of things as a middleman on the fast break. And I think D. Brown, as good as he can play potential defense against Price, you need Bagley in there to run the offense and the fast break.
Kevin Gamble, the 5th Celtic in double figures. That crowd would love to see the Celtics just bust the Cavs out of here. Elo. Rebound. Parrish. Bird wants it. Bags finds an open Gamble. Mark Price the other way. Larry Bird will get the foul, I believe.
Well, one of the things Cleveland can do, and they've been criticized over the last couple of years, is that many people feel they have a superior running team and that they don't utilize that tactic quite as much. And they very definitely have a speed advantage over the Celtics, particularly at the forward spot. And it's the Celtics tonight running and far outrunning the Cavs.
Double-double for John Williams with 6:50 still to play here in the third. He has done his job off the bench.
But he has taken the points away from Doherty as they have tried to go at Bird.
Reggie got Williams covering him. Reggie, great first step, and then it's stripped away. Elo. Celtics back defensively. Bird got a hand on it. Gamble, the loose ball. And Parrish unable to track it down.
That was a great cover-up for a mismatch as they have backed Reggie right into the paint. Bird went out there and really challenged the passer. That's what you're supposed to do.
Mark Price misses. Nance slaps it. Price. Doherty now wants a basket badly and gets one. 9 points for Brad Doherty. 8 points the Celtic lead. Reggie.
Well, I just had Elo in between it. Is he going to drive or is he going to pull up? And Elo didn't know to go up or down on that play.
Larry Nance. Rebound to Parrish. In the middle of Bags. Gets by Price. Bags the spin. Gamble.
That's what I mean about Bagley. He is so important because they're getting easy baskets now. They don't need 24 seconds. And they got both Lewis and Gamble running.
Now, a coast-to-coast savings event that only comes once a year. Announcing the National Jeep Sale at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. Buy or lease a four-wheel drive Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo at special savings. Get $500 cash back when you buy or lease Wrangler. Buy or lease four-wheel drive Cherokee Sport and get special lease rates and cash back. So hurry in today, because while our vehicles know no limits, our sales do.
See your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
Didn't you at least comb your hair? I mean, didn't you know you're going to be on TV? Look at his hair all sticking up.
It ain't sticking up that bad, is it?
Hey, do you always get your hair cut with a German army helmet on first?
Shut up. I got bumps on my head, and bald is sexy. You know who it's sexy to? Bald-headed women. That's who it's sexy to.
My hair is off? My hair is... What do I care? I'm a good-looking guy. Take two.
Last time?
Okay.
I gotta tell you.
Okay, thank you for telling me my hair is all messed up.
90% of the time, if you get the ball in the hands of John Bagley, particularly on this type of play, something good is going to happen. There is potentially a foul. Now Bagley comes up, puts a spin move on, and really creates problems for their defense. And he is really getting it up there and distributing the ball beautifully for both Reggie and Bagley. You put Bagley and Bird on the court together, this offense is going to purr.
It's purring right now. 12-point lead, 3 better than the half. Bags, Bird, Parrish, Gamble, Lewis for Boston, Price, Williams, Doherty, Elo, Nance for the Cavs. Gamble Gamble's got Price. Nance has got Bagley in a switch. Offensive foul, John Williams.
The old Chief went there and protected the rim. You watch from the high camera as Bird can't go out and stop it, and there's the Chief, and he just gets warded off by Williams.
Williams goes to the Cavalier bench. Sanders. And Sanders. Oh, what do you got? What's he got? That's a makeup call right there now. Wow. I'm not going to let you get in trouble. That's just flat out makeup call. An illegal screen call.
Give me a break.
Brad Daugherty, no. Yes, gets the bounce. Sanders gets the basket.
Remember in the beginning of the ball game that Reggie was gobbling up rebounds. He's got to do that here, too, at this portion of the game.
Reggie for two.
But he's gobbling up baskets instead.
He's got 16. McHale, who has yet to play here in the second half, has 16. Price misses a three. Boston ball.
Well, he's human.
I'm not sure, though. Bird looking for Reggie again now. Gamble. Back to Larry. He'll take a three. Rebound and Nance.
One thing has not happened tonight so far, and that's Daugherty out-distancing Chief up the court on a fast break.
Elo fakes the three. Makes the two. Elo is playing as well tonight as he did on Wednesday.
Boy, he was 8 for 9.
80-70. Reggie has it slapped away and a foul's called.
As much as Reggie goes to the basket, I'm surprised he's not at the line more.
Sanders will get the foul. That is his second. Kevin McHale comes into the Boston lineup and Robert Parrish sits down.
This is a very dangerous defensive lineup for the Celtics and rebounding lineup because McHale, as I mentioned before, has difficulties elevating, and Bird now has played almost the entire quarter and may be a little tired. So the Celtics could lose the boards right now at this juncture. Chief has been huge in that department.
18 for Reggie Lewis. 3:15 to go in the third.
But McHale has been also huge on offense.
Nance unable to make the pass to Sanders. Bird jumps out on Elo. Daugherty an air ball. Nance. 24-second violation.
Well, all that aggressive defense on the perimeter made the Cavs use precious time so that when they did get an offensive rebound, it was much too late. Daugherty never hit the rim, otherwise it was two.
Under 3 minutes to go here in the third. Reggie, nice move. Trying to get it back out. It comes to Bird.
There's the hands again.
McHale makes it. 18 for McHale. He's 8 for 9. Bird takes down the miss from Sanders. Sanders found himself too far under. Reggie. Yes.
Great look by Bagley once again as the Cavs defense very, very much confused. The balcony, Mike, is swaying right now from this raucous crowd.
Celtics with their biggest lead.
BP's research and testing tends to leave an impression on most visitors.
4th floor, aviation fuel research. 6th floor, marine fuel testing.
And we put this research to use in a very practical place, your local BP station.
Pizza for Todd King. Top floor.
Top floor, space research.
BP, on the move.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
Bring you that. 2:05 to play here, third quarter. 16-point lead, as large as the Celtics have had all night long.
But as I mentioned before, Mike, this unit that is in there right now must be very careful of the boards. Even with this 16-point lead, they hope that this team will be able to play really aggressive defense and pick up some steals perhaps, but everybody must defensive rebound and then run. Nobody can cheat up the court. Everybody must come back and help on the boards. Otherwise, Cleveland now, with all their big guys in there, could dominate and get back into the game against this smaller unit.
Celtics with 29 assists on those 86 points. Larry Bird's got 13 of them. Boston has assists on 78% of their field goals. That's amazing.
You know, the Cavs are not invincible. When you add Larry Bird's passing ability to that of John Bagley, Bagley understands where the gaps are in anybody's defense, and Bird certainly does. So when you put the two of them on the court together, what you're creating is easy opportunities for their teammates, particularly on the up quicks, because they have been utilizing Reggie Lewis for, I would say, at least a third of his points, getting up where they can't possibly double team him.
On the floor for the Celtics right now, it's Pinckney, McHale, Lewis, Gamble, and Bagley with 2:05 to go in the fourth. Terrell Brandon has come in for the Cavaliers. Pinckney trying to tie up Nance. McHale on Doherty. Doherty pushed by McHale, and he'll go to the line.
The many things that Kevin McHale is, also he is not a great center low post defender, as you see him give the elbow. You would think that after all those years of knowing how to position yourself offensively, you would know how to position yourself defensively, but that doesn't work sometimes.
You were mentioning, Tom, and correctly so, that going to John Williams trying to take advantage of Larry Bird, Doherty wasn't getting his points. He's only got 2 rebounds, though.
Well, that allowed the Chief to stay right there and block Doherty out. I mean, the Chief has played a great ball game here.
Reggie back to Kevin. Got Elo in a switch. 5 on the shot clock. Rebound to Nance.
Well, that's what I'm talking about right now. Those boards, boys.
Elo again, Doherty rather again, and McHale reaching in again gets caught. So that's 3 now on McHale. 2 in the last 45 seconds.
I might add, though, Mike, that this is a great time by Chris Ford to rest Larry Bird and Robert Parrish. As Bird, you're not quite sure what he's going to be able to deliver down the stretch because of his inactivity for such a prolonged period of time. And the Chief, certainly at his age, needs a few extra minutes if he's going to be able to gut it out for the last 5 or 6. So the Celtics got to hold their own down this last few minutes of this quarter and perhaps into the fourth quarter.
Baggs is doubled. Finds Gamble into McHale. Doherty catches up with him. Elo the double team. McHale keeps making big shots.
Well, Doherty cannot play Kevin McHale because he's got too many moves, and Doherty's liable to end up with a couple of fouls on him.
20 for McHale, 20 for Lewis. Gamble on the double. Sanders. Rebound. Reggie Lewis in traffic.
And they had his neck, too.
Reggie by Nance. Pinckney an offensive board. Celtics can take the final shot. Chris Ford up like a traffic cop on the sideline. Boston by 15. Gamble. McHale underneath. Oh, Pinckney gets fouled with 2.5 to play in the third.
Excellent working of the ball and the clock. As Gamble tracks it down, now they were trying to use his mismatch situation, and McHale alertly finds Pinckney. Good up fake. That lifts two of the Cavs. And there's the bang from behind. I liked John Bagley being in the ball game with this unit. So now they have come with Chris Ford to give Bagley a little bit of a rest around the timeout. Dee Brown will play the defense against Brandon.
Brandon gets it off a little too hard. And the Celtics outscore the Cavs by 7 in the third. Lead by 16.
At BP, we've just released a brand new choice in gasoline. A gasoline with the improved level of 93 octane. For some cars, that could mean better performance. And like all BP gasolines, Super keeps your entire fuel system clean and free of dirt and deposits. BP's newest choice in quality gasolines, 93 octane Super. We've released it to our stations. Now release it in your car. BP, on the move.
The award-winning Buick Park Avenue. Save a fortune over Mercedes, Lexus, Legend, Infiniti, Town Car, or Continental. Our supercharged Ultra now has an incredible $399 per month lease. No wonder we have one of the highest customer loyalty ratings on earth. Buick Park Avenue.
Buick is leading the way.
Come into your key Buick dealers of New England now for the excellence of our cars and our service.
The Garden crowd ready for the final 12 minutes. 89-73 as we're about to start the fourth quarter. Robert Parrish coming back tonight. A standoff with Brad Doherty.
Well, that's all you really need is a standoff. Parrish leading in the rebounds and block shots. And there's Bagley. Look at the assist. They have stopped the assists of Mark Price. So the 14 points, hey, that's all he's really added to their offense. And they rely on him to get big number assists to create good opportunities for the rest of their team.
Dee Brown, Larry Bird, Ed Pinckney, Kevin McHale, Reggie Lewis on the floor for Boston.
Well, that's a good move by Chris Ford to get Bird back in right now to help his head in the passing game.
Bird's runner goes down.
Head back and all.
16 for Bird, 18 the lead.
Good pressure defense that time by Ed Pinckney caused that turnover by Brandon.
Reggie got battle on him. Reggie wants to take him. Kicks it to Bird for three. Rebound Doherty. Battle, nice fake. Bird the block. Dee Brown up to Reggie. He'll go to the line.
just made a cardinal mistake. They both run away from the ball, but Reggie, with his quickness, gets back in there, and Battle just exposed the ball, and off they went. Reggie has got superstar confidence right now.
Sure does. 20-point Celtic lead, the biggest of the night. 10:30 to go in the game. Bird nearly got the steal. Sanders got lucky. Boy, the Cavs are really an adventure right now on the floor. Brandon.
Well, you see how they don't play nearly as effectively without Mark Price running the show. Celtics are taking forever to get into their set offense.
Brandon off to McHale miss. John Williams misses and Pinckney rips it off.
Oh boy, they really can use Eddie.
Inside McHale. Bumped by Williams. Takes it anyway. Short. Pinckney, another rebound. Bird leans in. Gives it. McHale unable to handle it.
Bird wasn't quite sure. That's his favorite shot, that fall away. That was that little indecision and a little lack of confidence after the long layoff evident on that shot.
Just a 7th turnover, though, by Boston. With 9.5 to go in the game. John Battle. He'll go to the free throw line.
Reggie did a great job of angling Battle off. He is one of the premier players in the league at getting to the paint when he wants to, and he's got explosiveness in his legs so that he can lift over most of the big guys, and he's a quick stopper so that when he pulls up, boy, you're still going 90 miles an hour.
Six points for John Battle. 93-77. Reggie on the baseline. Reggie. Got it.
To the promised land, Reggie.
24 for Reg.
That was on the ball.
That's it. D. Brown was right on the ball.
That was right on the ball. They're going to call it on McHale.
Yeah, it's on McHale.
Look at that. There's no way that isn't a jump ball.
It's number 4 on Kevin.
Kevin McHale never touched him. It's like automatic. When they put it on the floor, they go to the line. It's just, give me a break. No matter what kind of good defensive play you make, it gets nullified because they will not grant the fact that Celtics can make plays.
Williams with 2. .16-point Boston lead. 8:45 to go in the game. Sanders moving Bird off the spot. Larry. Got it.
Well, he got the confidence back.
Larry Bird.
Had his shooting hand wide open, Mike.
Now the all-time Celtic leader in field goals. Eddie Pinckney kept it alive. D. Brown. To Bird. To Pinckney. Yes! And a foul.
Great play by Bird, but the alertness of D. Brown to get it into the guy's hands who can make the play. Now you look at him, all the while he's looking to Bird And there's Bird noticing that Eddie Pinckney is running his shoes off down the middle of the court.
Assists for Larry Bird tonight to go with 16 points. Celtics a 21-point lead. A funny shot by Sanders. Pinckney come up with the loose ball. D. Brown. Inside. Pinckney again. Yes!
Good look by D. Brown. At the last instant, I thought he was going to shoot, but there was Eddie hustling once again.
Cleveland wants time.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anything I've ever seen. Quality shows in the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend. Night Korean Systems the best.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest MVP sports store.
Here's D. Brown playing a little bit like John Bagley, wondering what's going to happen. What is he going to do on the hard push? He pulls up, going to shoot at the last instant, spots Eddie Pinckney. The ball wasn't exactly delivered on the money, but it produces two anyway. So D. Brown, as we keep talking about his expanding point guard knowledge, showed that he's starting to grasp what's supposed to happen.
58% shooting for the Celtics, second half. John Battle, just his second field goal of the game. Boston by 21 with 7 minutes to go. Bird again. Rebound to Doherty. In the middle press. Just the fourth rebound for Brad Doherty tonight. Cavs turn it over again.
Boy, they're really looking to work Larry Bird and take advantage of him, and Bird is just outsmarting them.
15 turnovers for the Cavaliers. This time it's blocked by John Williams. McHale tipping it. Gets it. Ahead to Bird. Skip to Pinckney. To D. To Larry. D. Brown to Pinckney.
Wasn't pretty, but lots of hustle. Tomorrow they're going to talk about the great defensive job the Celtics have done on this Cleveland team. And really, that's, in my opinion, not what the answer to this game was. The answer to this game was that the Celtics offense just became a steamroller.
Joe Klein's going to check into the ball game. Larry Bird goes out.
Take your hat off to Al Albert Einstein, the master of physics, and I think he taught a little chemistry, too.
He may well have. 16 points, 14 assists, 6 rebounds, a block, and a steal. Reggie.
What a shot. Battle didn't know where he was going at all.
26 for Reggie, who's averaging 29 a game throughout the playoffs. Bryce Noel climbed the rebound. Celtics by 23 and counting with 5 minutes to go.
Well, don't stop now. Keep pushing the ball. If you get layups, fine. If you don't, then pull it out.
Reggie again into McHale. Wants Williams. And Kevin will go to the line.
Yeah, go over and talk to him. They're calling fouls on you.
That's 3 on Williams. McHale, 9 of 12 tonight.
I think this man has done a masterful job. He used a psychological edge at starting Bird. That pumped this ball club up. Larry Bird just started out with his indomitable competitive spirit and carried the ball club with him the first quarter. And I must say the Cavs hung in there as best they could against an onslaught of emotion.
McHale, nice job. Position on Ferry, who's in the game. And the Celtics will use a 20-second timeout. Lenny Wilkins looks like he's clearing his bench.
All across the country, excitement is growing for one of the biggest automotive events of the year, the National Eagle Sale at your Jeep and Eagle dealer, where you can lease or buy the all-new award-winning Eagle Vision. Get cashback savings when you lease or buy sporty Eagle Talent. And find great values on Eagle Summits. From LA to New York, it's the most exciting automotive event of the year. But you'd better hurry in, because a sale this exciting won't last long.
See your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
Sports Channel has the stuff you're looking for.
Nice look.
The Celtics and the Nets tap off Wednesday the 24th at 7. There's plenty of hockey on Sports Channel with the American Hockey League Game of the Week. Watch as the NHL's minor league clubs sharpen their skills. Catch the excitement on the AHL Game of the Week. Cape Breton takes on Hamilton, Sunday at 1.
There you see the big three, and Robert Parrish was huge in the first quarter. Bird made him huge in the first quarter. They went right to him quickly. McHale off the bench got his matchup working. One of the things I want to say, Mike, is that this Cleveland team now is playoff tested enough that they are not going to get totally concerned about this loss, I don't believe.
Reggie Lewis with the block on John Battle.
If Reggie Lewis next year does not make the all-defensive team, I think it's criminal. He is fantastic on defense and has been for the last 2 years.
And Reggie will sit down with 26. No, rebound, Pinckney.
Well, we're seeing a little bit of Danny Ferry.
Just a little.
A little. We haven't seen much of him in this series. Kerr played a little bit. And as soon as Dee Brown came back, they started to go with Battle as Brandon as the backup point guard.
Pinckney again. Yes!
I love Eddie.
He responded tonight. Pinckney the steal. Yeah!
number one in a lot more ways than one.
Only at Uno's can you get the world's most celebrated pizza, pasta, appetizers, soups, salads, sandwiches, burgers, and tempting desserts served by the friendliest people anywhere. Visit us soon and see why.
Uno means number one in a lot more ways than one. Oh yeah, Uno means number one.
Boston Celtics telecast on Sports Channel give you the complete sporting picture because at halftime we present the WBZ-TV Sports Channel Update. Bob Lobel and the WBZ Sports team will bring you the latest scores and highlights from all the games in all the sports. Plus their coverage of the breaking stories in the sporting world will keep you up to date on the latest developments. So stay tuned at halftime of Sports Channel Celtics games for the complete sports report on the WBZ-TV Sports Channel Update.
Reggie pops out. Reggie Lewis got it. And a foul.
They're going to see great defense coming up as Eddie Pinckney steps in front of Ferry. And then make sure he gets it into the point guard's hands. And then it's alley-oop time. They learned that from Sherm Douglas, who just prior to the game went into the locker room for a medical reason, as we're looking at Ed Pinckney, who has once again mesmerized me. But Sherm Douglas had an allergic reaction to some kind of medication. But Stoico is in the ball game, and surely Sherm Douglas would have been also at this juncture.
Brandon tipped away, picked off by Fox. Stoico on a break. Stoico! Yay!
Go get him, Stoico!
Stoik is in the book. Save that book. D. Brown. This has just become a big-time bust-out for the Celtics tonight.
Well, they're returning the favor that Cleveland delivered to them first game, as the Celtics really were in command of this thing right from the get-go, with Larry Bird just refusing to lose a game in the Boston Garden.
Steve Kerr comes off the screen for a bucket. Boston by 31 with 2 minutes to go.
Let's put this back in perspective. Lenny Wilkins has been around a long enough time. This team, the Cavs, have been in the playoffs enough time also that a win like this is meaningless for their confidence, and they feel they're going home. And they'll have their raucous crowd in attendance on Sunday afternoon.
It'll be Cleveland ball with 1:35 to go. Chris Ford.
I have said several times, Mike, during the course of this year, that when Chris Ford has a team together for 3 straight games, somehow or other, that team becomes organized and starts to do things, even though it may be completely different than what they were doing in the prior games. And that is exhibited here this evening by Bird and the way he's used his ball club. He's found a way to use them. So a tip of the hat to Chris Ford for what's transpired here tonight. He could have been roundly criticized if the Bird experiment did not work, but his gut feeling was start Bird. He's taken us there before. He'll do it again, and he has. Nothing like being a coach during playoff time, Mike. I can tell you that.
Kerr makes them both.
It was almost in a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation. People just don't recognize the character of Larry Bird.
Joe Klein launching a 3. Gamble. D. Brown. Under a minute, mercifully for the Cavs.
I was concerned before this game. I wasn't sure we were going to see the best of what the Celtics had to offer. That last basket indicative of what they were trying to do this evening. Pass up court as fast as you could. And both Bird and Bagley made that happen this evening.
Joe Klein just needs to throw it in. And Larry Bird has written another chapter in the novel.
It's not fiction, baby. It's real.
Final score from the Garden in Game 6, 122-91. The Eastern Conference semifinals are even at 3 games apiece.
Simply the best, better than all the rest, better than anything I've ever seen. Oh, quality shows in the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend.
Talking to? Just assemblage of media.
Hello? Said to the media, if you have a question, just kind of raise your hand. We have interns coming around.
Larry? Larry, you said in your autobiography you wouldn't leave with a ceremony. Would you describe how you came to change your mind?
Well, I just call this a get-together. This is not really a ceremony. I don't know, Dave came to me and asked me, and I don't know how it all came about, but when I retired, I sort of retired down in the blade and boards room underneath, and the only people there were the press. I really didn't get a chance to say goodbye, and I was coming off a high from winning the Olympic gold medal, so I thought it was a good idea. I mean, this was a lot bigger than I anticipated, but I'm sort of glad I'd done it and got it over with, because I was pretty nervous throughout the day.
Larry, is there anything you'd like to say?
Larry, how emotional?
We're near
The fans?
in Indiana.
Well, I sort of said that. When I include the Boston Celtics fans, I include them all throughout the country. We have a lot. We have more fans, I think, than over the years, more fans than anyone else. Of course, fans jump on the bandwagon in Chicago when they win the championship, Detroit when they win the championship, but night in, night out, I think the Celtics got the greatest fans, because they're not only in Boston, New York, they're all throughout the country.
Larry?
Not really. I didn't know what to expect. When they went over it yesterday, I didn't really pay much attention. They was going over it pretty quick, so usually just let things flow and go on. And the one thing about it, the lights are pretty bright. You really can't see too far out, so at times it seems like you were just talking to yourself. So, but I knew the fans were out there, and it was a good night. It worked out pretty good.
Larry, how emotional did you get, and did this night meet your expectations?
Well, like I said a few months ago, that I got pretty emotional the day before I retired. That's when I knew basketball was over for me. Tonight was just for me to try to thank them for what they did throughout my career. All my fans really wasn't in this building, because I don't think you can hold that many. But there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of Boston Celtics fans out there. This was a big night. And this was a great night. And this will be probably, like I always said, you know, winning a championship is great. It's the ultimate. Championship rings to me is not the most gratifying thing to receive. Get your championship banner hung in the rafters is a greater feeling than receiving a ring. Getting your name up there or your number up there with the elite, the greatest of the great, is the ultimate. And that's what I strive for, and that's what I finally achieved. So this night was very important to me because I played very hard and I practiced very hard and I tried to develop my skills where one day I was hoping maybe I can get my name or number up there with the rest of the great Boston Celtics. And it happened tonight. So my career is fulfilled. It's fulfilled with gratitude and it's fulfilled with a lot of emotion. But like I said, the emotion was later on. This is the ice cream for the cake. This, I don't need no more championships. I got enough.
What part of the evening did you enjoy the most?
When I walked off the floor for the last time, and now you got me back out here. I don't know. It was great throughout. I was nervous coming out here. I was pretty emotional before I walked out because I was scared, and I've been scared in here many times, and I've been nervous. I've always been nervous walking into the Boston Garden, but tonight was the final goodbye.
Larry, is it a shame? Larry, is it a shame that you and Magic can't pass on the abilities and skills and love of this basketball game to some of the younger players that don't seem to be following in your footsteps?
Well, I don't know about that. There's a lot of guys that are following our footsteps. The thing that's unique about me and Magic is we came in the same time. We had a lot of hoopla in college. It was a big matchup. Then we came in the pros, and he went to championship right away. I won the next year, and we had a dogfight throughout. We end our careers at the same time. That's very unique. You never see that too often. We were battling from day one, the first time we stepped on the court here in the professional ranks. So you don't see that happen too many times. I don't think you've ever seen it like that. Maybe Russell and Wilt, but it's a unique situation that you might not never see again. Of course, you got Michael in Chicago. You got Shaquille coming in. But Shaquille's catching Michael, as they say, later on in your years, which he's still playing great basketball. But we came in together. We've been fighting from the first day.
Attention, New England. Now get the quality of a Buick Skylark with an additional $500 cash back direct to you. A total of $1,250 cash back with a long list of standard features, including anti-lock brakes.
It's my first really new car. It's a Skylark, a Buick Skylark. Who says you can't start at the top?
Come into your Key Buick dealers now. Find out why we have one of the highest customer loyalties on earth.
Buick is leading the way.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anything I've ever seen. Oh, quality shows in the standards that we hold. It's a team on whom you depend. Korean systems the best.
What, Scoop?
You and Magic both had your warm-ups on out there. What if we had rolled the ball out there? What would have happened?
Like I said back when we was playing in the play, I kicked his ass, Scoop. Come on. But small baskets in here. Them days are over for me. The one-on-one thing that they try to get started is completely out of my reach. I can't play no more. I know I can't play. I have no desire to play. And I'm glad this night's over with because I finally put basketball to rest. I finally come to grips with the reality that I'm not playing anymore. And that happened a while back. But I want to get this night over with because, you know, I had a great time playing basketball. I lived basketball for so many years. But the pressure's off me now. I don't have to worry about guys getting motivated to play against New Jersey. And my gut's getting big, yes. But I don't have to worry about all that stuff. All I have to do now is try to find talent to replace individuals and try to help this team win another championship. But as far as scoring the last basket or doing well every night, that's gone. I don't have to worry about that anymore. And it's a pretty good feeling because for not really 20 years, for about 16 or 17 years, the pressure was always on me because I was so-called the best player on the team. I was going to take the last second shots. Them days are over. I did the best with it while I had the chance.
Feeling of being nervous when you walked in here tonight. Different sort of nervous than ever playing. Was it something that just knowing?
It's the same, Jimmy. It's just like a championship series game. You know, I get nervous when we come in here to practice for some reason. It's not a high nervous. You have different levels. Tonight was like, about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Quinn Buckner came over, and I sensed that I was getting nervous again, just like game day. And by the time I got here, I probably reached my peak before I came in. It wasn't the greatest high I ever had, but I was pretty shaken.
And then to see all your former players, the ex-guys, come back, Tiny, and guys that you really deeply cared about. Max, that had to be very emotional to you.
It is, and them are the times where it helped me get through up here because playing with Cedric Maxwell, Tiny Archibald, that was the first championship. Like I said earlier, there's only one guy on that team had success. That was Rick Roby. He won a college championship. The rest of us has never won anything. That team was very special because we won something together. We proved that we were world champions. And that's why when we won it that night, we was all running around hugging each other, which we always do anyway. But there was something special about that night because we've all had a lot of failures in our life with basketball. And that one time, a bunch of guys that didn't come from big name schools got together and won a championship. Robert Parrish from Centenary, Cedric Maxwell from North Carolina Charlotte, me from Indiana State, Dennis Johnson, not Dennis, but ML Carr. So there's a lot of pride in us winning that championship.
Larry, did you get a chance to enjoy tonight as it was happening, or is this something you're going to enjoy more as you get away from it?
I enjoyed it because I knew it was my last hurrah. So, like I said, I separated myself from basketball a few weeks ago, and I feel good about it. And I'm glad that they had the night. I'm glad it's over. But, you know, you always worry about these things being a big fluke. And tonight I think it went pretty smooth, and I'm very fortunate. How many times in your life can you think that you played a sport, then come in here on a game, on a night that didn't have a game and have this many people? That showed me a lot of respect. And I knew that the fans of Boston had a lot of respect for me, but this was very special.
In all your wildest dreams, did you ever think in any way, shape, or form you'd ever be held up so high by the fans?
Never, but we have a lot in common. You know, I can't run, they can't run. They're not very fast. I can't jump, they can't jump. So my job when I came to the Celtics was to win basketball games, and I think they can identify with me more so they can a Magic Johnson or a Michael Jordan because I came from a small town. I grew up in a circumstance where I didn't have a lot. And a lot of these people, they give everything they got. Their enjoyment has come to the games. And I think they can identify with me more so than guys that ride around limousines and have people following them all the time.
Hey, Larry, would you like your son to follow in your footsteps as a pro basketball player?
It'd be nice. It'd probably take some of the financial burden off of me, but I hope he does what he wants to do.
You said that you wanted to say thank you to the fans, and finally you got your chance to. Now that it's all said and done, you got to feel a feeling that I've extended it, I've given it back to them. But you also mentioned the fact that you couldn't fill this arena with all of your fans. We had held it at the Common at about 1 million people out there.
They were very quiet, and it's hard to see them, but I knew they was out there. And it was a lot easier for me to sort of talk one on 15,000. And so I felt very comfortable doing it because it came from my heart. It didn't come from a script. I didn't rehearse anything. I said what I felt. And that's just the type of person I am. I've always had respect for the Boston Celtics fans. I've always had respect for all my teammates. But I tried to use them in a situation to help our team out. And I don't know how many times I called up on them, but they met the challenge. And I say 95, 98% of the time we won the game. And that's what it's all about.
Breakthroughs in technology have made it possible for automotive designers to create for the driver one of the safest environments ever. At Eagle, we've taken that technology and moved it a little to the right. Introducing Vision from Eagle with standard drivers and passenger side airbags. See one today at your Jeep and Eagle dealer.
Get the advantage at your New England Jeep and Eagle dealer now.
When they told him he didn't have the size to play, he reached inside and found the power. Starter. He was from a small school in a small town, but he had the heart to make it big. Starter. Each had a dream, and when you start with a dream, where you end up is up to you.
Starter. Come see Starter's new spring lineup at your nearest Olympia sports store.
I wish that I could have played one more year without any pain at all, because I know my skills eroded a little bit, but I know I had got that high that I wanted, because I didn't expect a lot out of my game later on. I expected that I was going to make mistakes. I didn't expect more out of my game like I did when I was younger, when I knew do a lot more. So there's no question it was a lot easier leaving the game after being injured. No question at all.
Larry, is it a long-term plan for you to stay with the Celtics organization?
I don't know. I'm going through a lot of changes right now in my life, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm taking a year at a time. That's why I told Dave I just want to sign 1 year. So it's going to be a tough decision, but it'll be a decision that I make, and I'll make it because of the family. I got a family now, and it's whatever they want to do. You know, I've dedicated my life to basketball for a number of years, and I've been with the same lady for 18 years, so I might let her make one choice, and we'll go from there. But it'll be a mutual agreement, whatever we want to do and whatever we think's right.
They covered about every bit of your past, your basketball past. What about your future? Do you think at all about coaching ever? I've thought about it a lot, but and I've always said I wouldn't want to, but I'm pretty bored right now. I don't think I'll ever coach. No, I don't think I'll ever put myself in that position. But I haven't seen anything to challenge my life like basketball does. So as of today, I'm 99% sure I won't coach, but there's a little door open. Because I need challenges in my life. I need to go out and find things to do, and I don't think retirement's for me. I'm just 36 years old, so I got to find something to get some type of challenge. Pardon?
How was your eye for talent?
Eye for talent?
Pretty good?
I made some bad mistakes, and I made some good mistakes. I do think next year that Anthony Hardaway is the best player in college basketball. I think that Bobby Hurley is going to be a good pro. I think Chris Webber's the men of all men. How can you go wrong picking them three?
Give us some, sleeper you've seen out there.
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of players out there. I can't give away a lot of our secrets, but I do think Hardaway is, in my opinion, which you never know, can do a little bit of everything. I always like guards that can rebound, and he can rebound. He can play. I played against these guys last summer. There's a lot of talent coming out, a lot of great players. I think it always depends on which team selects them.
As long as the subject's been opened up, when you played in La Jolla against those guys for that week, how did you put yourself in their place, or did you ever try to steer give any of them any idea of what they may face, since you know that in there?
No, Bob, I'm like everybody else. I never had a tutor, so I ain't about to tutor anybody else. The NBA, you can talk about all you want. It's a tough league. It's live or die. Because you can't explain to a guy that he's going to be running down the floor, looking back, and Bill Lambert's going to shove an elbow in the face. You can't tell them guys that. You got to learn for yourself. And this is not an easy sport to play. One night you're the greatest player in the world. The next night you're at the lowest of the lowest. So you got to make a lot of decisions. You got to learn a lot on your own, and especially in this league. I don't know about the other pro sports. I'm sure it's the same there. This is not an easy league to deal with.
Larry, now that you're no longer an active player, have you thought at all about the future of the franchise? Do you think the fans will still come out to see the Celtics play?
I think so. That's what makes this town special. They're here this year. They know that our chances of winning the championship this year, everything have to go right. We all understand that. We got off to a bad start, but we're playing better. But we got to go out and scout and do the job like we once did and get the players. That's all they are to it. And they got a lot of people in place to do that. So hopefully we can do it and get the team back to winning 55 to 60 games a year.
Final question, please.
Peter, are we keeping you up late?
Larry, you say no about coaching, but what about being a general manager?
Well, right now, I'm a CEO. I'm taking, and Dave's my assistant, so I'd hate to go down a little bit. I don't know. I really don't know what I'm going to do. I got to wait and fill this thing out. But I definitely need competition, whether I find it in the NBA or whether I find it somewhere else. It's a tough decision, but chances are I would never be back in the NBA again. But I found out retirement is not what it's said to be. I need competition, and I'm not going to get it by playing. I need something to occupy my time. Golf tour, I can't play a lick. I proved that last month. Is that all? Jeff?
Hold on. How's your back? Are you going to have surgery?
I don't know. I'm going through a program the next 3 or 4 weeks to see if I can strengthen and make it feel better. Right now it's not doing too good, so hopefully in the next couple months I'll know a little bit more. Okay? Thanks all for coming tonight.
Congratulations, Ben.
Thank you. Is she ready?
Yeah, I did. I had some laughs with him.
Larry, please.
Whole night.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
4 seconds left. After all, trailing by 3. Patriot three-pointer bang!
The New England Scholastic Basketball Report. Catch the excitement. Thursdays at 7:30 and Fridays at 5:30. The New England Scholastic Basketball Report. Only on Sports Channel.
Catch all the excitement of Atlantic 10 basketball.
West Virginia meets George Washington, Sunday the 21st at 4:30.
That will conclude our special tribute to number 33, Larry Bird, here on Sports Channel. It's been a long night, but hopefully it's been an enjoyable one for all of you. Our special thanks to everyone here on the staff who put this together, and most of all to Larry Bird for those wonderful 13 years as a member of the Boston Celtics. Again, hope you enjoyed it. I'm Mike Gorman. Good night, everybody.